I'll just start in English and explaining to you that I will have to talk in Portuguese because I am the Deputy Director of the Institute of Advanced Studies, so I have to start in Portuguese. All here is recorded and there are people watching us. Voltando então para o português, a primeira... bom dia a todos, né? Bom dia, pessoal. Nossa, agora temos pessoas nas salas. Muito bem. Bom dia a todos. É um grande prazer recebê-los aqui. Grande prazer receber a professora Ana Lana, nossa pró-reitora, aqui no Instituto de Estudos Avançados. Eu sou o Marcos Buqueride, eu sou o vice-diretor do IEA, para quem é do exterior, é assim que nós chamamos, né, o nosso instituto. Eu gostaria de, antes de iniciar, passar algumas mensagens às pessoas que estão na internet, né? Nós não abrimos o chat no YouTube. Tá? Então, no YouTube, vocês que estão na internet só conseguem assistir diretamente, sem dar opiniões. As perguntas, se vocês tiverem perguntas, vocês podem enviá-las para o seguinte e-mail: IEA-responde, tudo junto, @usp.br. Vou repetir: IEA-responde, @usp.br. Isso vale para os internautas e vale para as pessoas que estão aqui, a não ser que a coordenação do momento abra a discussão. Esse é o estilo de vocês, é a forma de vocês de trabalhar. Bem, esse tipo de evento é um evento que aqui no IEA nós valorizamos muito, é um evento muito importante porque ele tem um impacto muito grande. Eu queria dar meus parabéns aos que coordenaram, aos que tiveram a iniciativa, e só falar algumas palavras para vocês sobre o tema, né, tentando dar um primeiro keynotezinho aqui para que as discussões possam ficar um pouquinho mais quentes ou não, né? Bom, as questões de saúde mental, isso, na minha visão, elas têm uma relação com vários fatores, questões extremamente complexas. Eu sou biólogo, então isso está, para mim, relacionado à estrutura do cérebro, né? O nosso cérebro, ele é o resultado de bilhões de anos de evolução do sistema nervoso até chegar no cérebro dos mamíferos. Nós temos cérebros paralelos que são tão inteligentes quanto os nossos, como, por exemplo, o cérebro dos pássaros, que deriva diretamente do cérebro dos dinossauros, que não tem a mesma estrutura, que trabalha diferente, vê o mundo diferente, se comunica de forma diferente, tem um nível de inteligência muito alto, né? Cria ferramentas, produz arte, coisas desse tipo, né? Como provavelmente os dinossauros faziam. E o nosso cérebro, com as suas partes, ainda que ele funcione no nível celular como impulsos elétricos, a gente ouve falar isso, esses impulsos elétricos não são impulsos elétricos na velocidade da luz. Eles são na velocidade bioquímica. Então existe um limite para a velocidade de funcionamento do cérebro. Então, se nós olharmos do ponto de vista biológico, a relação de resposta ao que está externo a nós, do ponto de vista biológico, está me olhando, não? Eu adoro a psicologia também, mas eu estou falando do ponto de vista biológico. Está relacionado com a relação predador-presa, né? Então, quando a presa vê algo, ouve um barulho, né, vê uma cor diferente do ambiente dela, ela distingue aquilo e aí vem aquela fugir, ou, né, correr ou ficar, né? Aquilo pode ser uma presa para aquela presa, ou pode ser um predador daquela presa. E essa velocidade de resposta, como eu disse, é uma velocidade de resposta de milhões de anos, certo? Quando a gente chega aqui, no século XXI, depois de desenvolver tecnologias que são capazes, sim, de usar a velocidade muito mais alta, uma velocidade muito mais alta nessas coisinhas que nós temos aqui, né? Vários de vocês estão aí, que vocês conseguem hoje, ou vocês acham que conseguem, né? Nós achamos que conseguimos ficar com atenção dupla, né? Você está checando aqui uma mensagem, e ao mesmo tempo você está prestando atenção, e ao mesmo tempo você está prestando atenção no ambiente. Não, você divide, isso é dividido. Então, essa velocidade excessiva e a quantidade de conhecimento que nós produzimos no século XX é tão grande, eu chamo isso de tsunami do conhecimento. Se vocês tiverem interesse, tem um artigo do Jornal da USP sobre isso. A tsunami do conhecimento, ela está literalmente nos afogando. Então, a velocidade e a quantidade de conhecimento está criando aquilo que em psicologia se chama de ansiedade, certo? Porque nós não temos condições ainda de acompanhar essa velocidade e essa quantidade de conhecimento. Como eu falei, isso é só uma provocação. Essa ansiedade, ela começa a criar, então, uma série de problemas mentais que todos nós temos. E, ao mesmo tempo, a própria ciência, o próprio desenvolvimento científico, né, notadamente o desenvolvimento da psicologia individual, que eu chamo de psicologia individual, não sei se está certo, e a psicologia social, né, estão mostrando diversos aspectos que nós não conhecíamos. Então, essa velocidade de tudo, né, e essa dinâmica da presa e do predador, ela é algo que nós não vamos conseguir mudar. A não ser com a genética molecular, a gente começa a mudar os genes. Isso vai demorar um pouco. Está sendo feito. Vai demorar um pouco. Ou a instalação de sistemas que nos deem sinais e acelerem o nosso cérebro, ou então redirecionem sinais cerebrais de tal forma a melhorar a nossa performance em relação a toda essa velocidade e todo esse conhecimento. É nesse momento que eu enxergo que a gente está, e para isso foi necessário criar, como a nossa pró-reitoria de inclusão e pertencimento, nessa gestão que nós estamos na USP, foi criada essa pró-reitoria, e essas duas professoras com uma competência enorme, toda a sua equipe, conseguiram, em apenas 4 anos, criar um sistema realmente muito eficiente, um sistema incrível que mudou a universidade. Então, é esse momento que a gente está. E aí a gente está muito curioso de ouvir lá do Texas, né, e ouvir do King's College o que vai ser falado. Como tudo aqui é gravado, vocês vão notar que eu e a professora Ana vamos sair, eu não consigo ficar aqui, mas tudo é gravado. Depois eu assisto, seleciono e assisto várias dessas. E para finalizar, então, o que nós poderíamos fazer agora? Né? Eu não queria falar e deixar a bola pulando sem... Né? O que nós podemos fazer agora, na minha opinião? Talvez diminuir a velocidade. Talvez seja um caminho a gente desacelerar um pouco. Talvez isso diminua um pouco, diminuir a velocidade e diminua um pouco o aparecimento desses problemas de saúde mental. Pode ser que sim, isso nos daria tempo para a gente desenvolver as tecnologias, tanto as tecnologias da psicologia em si, como as tecnologias da biologia junto com a psicologia. A gente precisa, talvez, de mais...
Maybe we need more art. We need more beauty and go back to appreciating beauty. And remember, Umberto Eco, maybe we need more death. That this is a key word. to go deeper in things and see the beauty of things, but with, better speech. Maybe this balance between the limbic and prefrontal system. Maybe we're too limbic. The limbic system is the one that makes us evade the predator. Maybe we're using the lack of balance of the prefrontal cortex. That's my last message. We can try to balance the limbic and the prefrontal cortex. I'm pretty sure that you're going to have a great event. Once again, thank you so much, and I would like to pass the floor to Professor Ana Lana. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm not the pro-gene, but there's something that we should really acknowledge that was really important, which is the consolidation and establishment of partnerships. To have the IEA and the psychology department is the result of a great effort we put together in order to be able to better deal with our problems who are very little accepted as academic challenges by USP. I would like to thank you so much for the invitation. There's a lot of people working behind the scenes. There's a lot of people who dedicated to this event, who made it happen, and Ricardo is like an aged man because we destroyed him throughout these years because he worked like crazy, and I just have to thank him because it's been a wonderful experience. And I would also like to thank what Marco says, it's like provocation, because for us, the prorectorate, we call listening, which is this effort. It is it's a practice we need more, the hearing practice, because one of our great challenges, I think this can be summarized in this hearing, which is really concerning, to be at a university that is a place where we should debate and should exchange, because when we start to structure the prorectorate, we acknowledge that one of the greatest dimensions in all areas, not only in the area of mental health, it is a difficulty regarding the dimensions of the hearing and the exchanges, and the dimensions of what should constitute the university life. But of course, and throughout these years, and a great team, we built a prorectorate that has a very strong mental health department, a very innovative one, but because considering diversity and inclusion regarding ethnical, racial issues, issues of gender. Dá para fazer. Melhorou, mas ainda tá ruim. Mas dá para fazer. Antes não dava nem para fazer. Eu não consigo falar. When I say no, students, in the sense, comunicam aqui por escrito, gente, para não ficar sem tradução, por favor. Se quiserem falar comigo, escrevam, porque eu não posso falar. Of affirmative actions for the students. We are a prorectorate for the students, the ECUS. It's not for the students at the university. It is for the university. We are not an assistential prorectorate. We are really diverse compared to everything that has been experienced with high levels of success in many different Brazilian universities. But I have the feeling that our effort is really paying off, and I think we are acknowledged at USP and beyond our campus. And for example, the Biennial of Art has sought us for partnership this year through our initiatives regarding mental issues, but so many other examples. I think we became a great example for the university community, for students and staff. Well, there are many areas which articulate among themselves. They are really complex, and in my understanding, this is articulated with other dimensions and other challenges. We have a specific policies which were designed in São Paulo in all the different campuses. I can see all our different partners from all the other campuses. We've been working in network, and we've been able to design policies that enable the connection between the university and other health instances. We've been innovators in many different areas, and I think that the mental health area is structured because it was an emerging chaos situation due to the lack of absence of any mental health policy when we first got here. We were able to learn a lot with the efforts as well as the results obtained. And I think we've been working this way at the Prorector department. And I dare to say that the hearing, the attention, the diversity coming from this and all the alignment here in the seminar for us at the Prorectorate, this is related to our working areas. Mental health for us is part of the inclusion policies and the belonging policies. And in this sense, it's not such a deviation and a disease, but it is dimension because we should focus on mental health and not mental illness. I think this is a very important difference. I think we've been working along this line by taking these challenges into consideration. And it's a great honor to be part of such a seminar. It is really important, it's meaningful because it aggregates many different branches from the Prorectorate office. I'd like to thank you again for the honor to be opening this seminar. Thank you so much for thinking of me. For us, it is an exchange process. It's a construction process. It's rather horizontal than an imposing one. I believe that these days will be really interesting where the university will leave even stronger here in order to face these challenges, which are great. Thank you, Marcus, for welcoming us here. And it's really important to have you here. Good morning, everybody. I'm Alessandro, and I'm going to speak in Portuguese because we have simultaneous translation happening now. I have to thank lots of people, so I wrote a small text. Well, if you were in my role, you know that we end up forgetting important people. Sometimes we forget the most important people. Sorry for reading this text. Good morning, everybody. I would like to start to thank Professor Gislani Aparecido dos Santos. She is a coordinator of the research group I am part of at the Advanced Studies Department. Thank you for the continuous support offering throughout these years, for sharing the outcomes of our research results of the mental health status of the students here at USP. She couldn't make it today because she had a mix-up. She had a setback, but she helped me the whole time so that we were able to be here. I also have to thank the Prorectorate of Belonging here at USP. Thank you for this partnership in this international symposium. I have to thank BESP as well, our funding agent, academic academic factors, and who made the coming of our international guests possible. I still have to highlight the support of the um, other funding agencies and the Dual Tech startup and the Psychology Institute, which helped us make this event happen. And also the presence of the Professor Chris and all of our national and international guests, the Unicampo students, and guests from other institutions as well. There's a reflection I like to hear. If you know me well, you know what I'm going to talk about. How can we protect the dignity of our students? How can we promote their mental health? How to prevent bad mental health states? Since 2019, we've been conducting research in this topic related to academic administration in order to contribute to university governance. And we're trying to answer these three questions in order to make progress in this campus so that this university can be a healthier place for students. And the outcomes of the study led us to important conclusions regarding mental health issues, and understanding different dimensions is really strategic and for the university administration in terms of the conduction of social support, permanence policies that will be able to minimize behaviors that will lead to academic failure or students dropping out of the courses. Many adopted criteria to assess the degree of excellence of higher education institutions and supported by international and national rankings include fundamental human aspects of academic life. For instance, the culture, the relationship in the research and extension, and through events like this, we've been able to produce evidence pointing out to the importance of this debate regarding mental health and academic life quality and the social support offered at the university context as an important indicator to say if a university is excellent or not. So welcome everybody. I would like to thank the Prorectorate for the support giving us. It is a great honor to be working with you. It is a great honor to share a little bit of the knowledge with the rest of the participants here. Thank you.
Abrindo a programação. Quem? Vamos lá, então. Eu gostaria de convidar, então, para compor essa mesa a
To invite the Prorector of the Federal University of Bahia, Casa Virginia Bastos Maciel.
Da Pró-Reitoria de Ação Afirmativa.
She's the Prorectorate from the Affirmative Actions Department. I would also like to invite Professor Cristiane da Cunha from the Aeronautics Technological Institute, the ITA. And I would also like to invite Professor Ricardo Rodrigues Teixeira. He is the director of the mental health at the Inclusion and Belonging Prorectorate. This way, we'll be able to foster a debate regarding the challenges involving mental health of university students. And we're going to bring the perspective of the academic administration to this debate.
Vamos começar, então.
We're going to start off. Why do we have a panel? Well, the idea is to try to ask questions, but, well, you're going to do presentations, but we are also going to debate what are the greatest challenges in terms of the university administration, and I would like you to ask you to talk about the opportunities. So we're going to talk about the challenges and the opportunities. We're going to start with Professor Cassia. Okay.
I think we dialogue about this before, right? Quem está online pode pôr embaixo para traduzir, né? Okay, you have between 15 and 20 minutes, okay? Appreciate.
Hello. Good morning. And first, I'd like to begin by congratulating the University of São Paulo for its commitment to debate on mental health and student rotation. I congratulate the members of this panel, Professor Ricardo Teixeira, da Universidade de São Paulo, a professora Cristiane Pessoa da Cunha, Technological Institute of Aeronautics, e professor Alessandro de Oliveira Santos, da Universidade de São Paulo. And in particular, Professor Chris Bronson, University of Texas at Austin, whose presence reinforced the bonds of international collaboration. We have a slide, I forget. Whose presence reinforced the bonds of international collaboration. We have sought to build between research, management, and innovation in mental health. And my theme introduction. I speak here Provost of Affirmative Action and Student Assistance at Federal University of Bahia. I have held for the past 11 years with a commitment to integrated management, research, and now innovation as complementary pathways, this training, decision-making for university governance in public policies. In this sense, I emphasize that the rapprochement between Federal University of Bahia and the University of São Paulo through the research group on psychology and ethnic-racial relations, of which I am a member, coordinated by Professor Alessandro de Oliveira Santos, and the startup EduelTech, coordinated by Professor Carlos Vinícius Gomes de Mello, has been fundamental in fostering a fruitful dialogue between institutions, integrated management, research and innovation in favor of mental health and student retention in higher education. In this presentation, after the theme introduction, I will share 2 acts that structure my talk. A brief exposition to institutional iniciativa. Vai dar uma misturada aqui, português com inglês, minha gente. Não.
I'm gonna mix Portuguese and
Professor
English.
Chris, sorry. Vamos lá. In this presentation, after the theme introduction, I will share 2 axes that structure my talk. A brief exposition to institutional Professor, me ajude, por favor. Muito obrigada. They articulate research and management in the field of affirmative action in the students' mental health. And 2, some conceptual and philosophical reflections on symbolic permanence and the role of public universities in democratic construction of citizenship. Institutional initiative. Gente, esse negócio aqui tá pesado. Institutional initiatives. Cris entendeu, não foi? Pronto. That combine research, management, and innovation in the field of affirmative action in the students' mental health. The first Perdão. Todo mundo está entendendo, né? Pronto, isso que é importante, se comunicar.
I think
The first
that's all
initiative
understand, right?
I'd like to highlight concerns the expansion of the scope of the research project, limits and possibilities for the well-being of Black students in higher education institutions. The case of USP, University of São Paulo, funded by FAPESP Foundation for Research in the state of São Paulo, and conducted at the Institute of Psychology. This expansion concerns my doctoral research under the supervision of Professor Alessandro Santos, which draws on my direct experience managing affirmative action and student assistance at UFBA. Discussing the introduction of the dimension of university management for the perspective of concept of leadership in social psychology. This research titled Black Academic Managers, Leadership in the Context of University Governance, seeks to problematize the importance of Black and female representation in senior management in the higher education in Brazil. More specifically, it seeks to understand the limits and possibilities of leadership by these Black women according to concept of leadership in social psychology, but also according to the management and oversight regulations of the Brazilian federal government. The participants are self-declared Black women who hold positions such as chancellors, prorectors or provosts, superintendents, directors of academic units, and their respective substitutes at Brazilian universities. Thus, our research interests focus on the possibility of discussing reflective management with feeds on management practice and strengths research. Just as scientific research finding increases the level of management reflection. Como é que tá para vocês até agora? Tá legal? Vocês acham que a gente segue português, inglês.
How should I follow,
melhor?
Portuguese or English?
Porque o professor Chris está com seu
Because Professor
fone,
Chris
não é?
can hear
Porque
the
vai ser
simultaneous translation, right, Professor Chris? Because, yeah, I'll be, you know, we have time, right?
precisarão falar também.
We have guests who need to speak,
Meu
so
orientador, meu professor,
I'll ask my advisor, my supervisor, who's our moderator, to follow in Portuguese,
Deixa eu
if that's all right.
sobre isso, pra
Okay, let me
evitar
clarify
qualquer
something.
situação de desconforto.
To avoid any kind of
O simpósio é um
situation.
simpósio internacional.
This is an international
Está sendo
symposium.
transmitido pela internet.
It is being
Simpósio,
broadcasted
tem
online.
convidados internacionais, tá?
We welcome international guests.
Para nós, essa é uma chance
And
de
for
chamar
us, this is a great chance
de
that we call
internationalization at home. É uma chance
that we
de
call
reduzir
internationalization at home,
dos estudantes,
because we'd like to reduce fear and anxiety to work at the English language. This is a great chance to prepare these students so that they are able to discuss things English, especially in the case of Black researchers, so that they are able to apply for the different grants at universities around the world. We have simultaneous translation in order to make understanding easier, but it will depend on how confident you feel to come here, how much you prepared to come up to the front and leave the comfort zone to try to speak in a lingua franca with people who are on the internet. Okay, so that's why she was trying hard here to speak English. We had another guideline, which is the following. This is not the first international event that we have here at IEA. We had another one at 2022. It was completely in English. But recently, we had a new guideline at IEA that the program should be advertised in Portuguese. But if you look there, you'll see that the event is in English. And sorry, because we didn't have time to advertise a bilingual program. Maybe this would reinforce to everybody the importance of practicing the lingua franca when we're here, because when we go abroad, we feel more confident, we have more vocabulary and structure, because we are at an Institute of Advanced Studies, and we are debating an important theme here. And we are trying to discuss what excellence means for a university, to have researchers who are ready to debate and who can be heard all around the world. This is really important. And it's important to get here to feel comfortable, because if you don't, you can stay in a comfort zone, and then you can use the language, because we are not obliged to speak a second language perfectly well, but to be able to do an intercultural dialogue through an international language can be really important. Okay, so I'm just making a point clear. Okay, so you can speak in the language, in the language that you feel most comfortable, in a more comfortable situation.
Compreendo perfeitamente, mas quero dizer que eu
Okay, I understand perfectly well, but I feel a confidence. I'm not a native speaker of English, so I'll give this right to try to say a few words in English, but my concern as an administrator of this event is the audience. But thank you so much for clarifying all this. So
the second initiative is an ongoing institutional project at Federal University of Bahia, entitled the Hand in Hand Project. Em português, projeto de mãos dadas, né? Coordinated locally by Professor Denise Vieira, Chief of Staff of the Rector's Office, and partnership with the startup Edueltech incubated at USP under the coordination of Professor Carlos Vinicius Gomes de Mello. This project aims to map mental health promotion mechanisms at university, consolidates data on existing demands and service, and above all, support the formulation of evidence-based institutional policies. The initiative is funded by UFBA and receives technical cooperation and innovation from EduTech. This experience have demonstrated in practice how the articulation between basic and applied research, technological innovation, and institutional action can contribute to the improvement of university governance, especially in addressing inequalities and ensuring real conditions for the continued existence of historically marginalized students. Leadership, governance, and commitment to diversity and inclusion. However, decision-making within Brazilian higher education public policies requires planning, but above all, research focused on inclusion, diversity, and combat symbolic violence. The debate about the importance of democratically reflecting the diversity of a country's population in the academic world, undergraduate, graduate, and consequently the world of work is not recent, but is gained from prominence in recent decades in Brazil and in several countries around the world. Within the public and private sectors, more effective measures have been called for including women, Black people, people with disabilities, indigenous people, quilombolas, this is Black people, the rural areas, the LGBTQIAPN+,
So I'll ask the help of our colleagues.
Population, and the other collective identities. These measures, in the form of public policies, must embrace the strength of social participation, the power of public power for social transformation, and research funds are fundamental commitments. In this sense, it is important to emphasize merely as a conceptual license then that when we refer to leadership and governance, we are also consenting to definition of these terms as presented in public manuals. Governance essentially comprises the mechanism of leadership, strategy, and control put in place to evaluate, direct, and monitor management performance. Leadership, on the other hand, concerns the practices that ensure the existence of the minimal conditions for the exercise of good governance. As Public Governance Manual of the Federal Courts of Auditors, Brasil, 2021. 2021. Therefore, we are committed to fostering, monitoring, and demanding public actions that create the conditions for its full implementation. However, it is crucial to emphasize that the development of auditable and measurable indicators is an important management mechanism, but on its own, it does not achieve satisfactory and fundamentally humanitarian results in terms of inclusion and diversity. Horizontally defend the interests of science, technology, and innovation as well as the humanities, completely rejecting the hierarchical structure. As highlighted by Professor Marcelo Benvenuti in a conference at the 90th Brazilian Psychology Congress in 2050, entitled The Basic Science, Innovation, and Technological Commitments of the Psychology in the Contemporary World. It is urgent to make explicit the demand for greater dissemination and more funding for research in the areas of mental health and well-being, human development, and interculturality. University, citizenship, excellence, and affirmative action, philosophical reflections. Now I move on the conclusion of my talk, proposing a reflection on the philosophical dimension of university citizenship in light of affirmative action. To this end, I draw on the thinking of Professor João Carlos Salles, philosopher and former rector of the Federal University of Bahia, in particular from his thesis, Education and Citizenship. The text was published in digital media. For now, on our references to Salles are from the year 2023 and not have page markings. We agree with what Salles calls unimpeded communication, the creation of a university environment that unfolds in a respectful acceptance of differences, coexistence with health stimuli for free encounter and conversation, supply of urgent needs for material permanence, and institutional practice that inform a society of a public university's commitment to social transformation. Salles invites us to understand citizenship not as something abstract, but as a concrete condition of education. Citizens, far from being generic figures, are marked by history, color, gender, age, class, and race, dimensions that shape the experience and presence in public life. From this perspective, educational development should no longer hide differences or mitigate exclusions, but recognize and address them as an essential part of building democracy. According to Salles, to consider citizenship as a condition of education, the citizen now considered not as an abstract entity, whose education would only allow for a more informed participation in the electoral debate. Now has concreteness, color, history, gender, art, place, class, and race. The public life is not limited to anodyne electoral participation, but bears also in words, also in the information, the marks of the social installation, so that education thus conceived should no longer conceal difference or sublimate exclusion. He also criticized the separation between academic excellence and the social commitment. For him, it's essential to overcome the false opposition between academic excellence and the social commitment. Treating these dimensions as separate reduces the transformative potential of university and develops the talent of our people, who can and should shine in the production of science, culture, and art with the academic space. Says the author, fighting the separation between academic excellence and social commitment since affirm only social commitment or only academic SLAs as separated dimensions, is to diminish the brilliance of a people. In the same spirit, Salles understands affirmative action as continuous instruments for building sociability, far from being limited to individual reparations or the valorization of such groups. These policies operate a historical process of humanization. They don't offer remade answers, but raise challenges with open questions about the very nature of learning. After all, how can we ensure that the act of learning doesn't reinforce bonds of subordination, whether of students in relation to teachers, of schools in relation to power structures, and of the creative facing critical repetition? It's a question. And concluding, provocation. On the other hand, I leave a provocation. How can the university be truly subversive of itself? How can we create conditions so that each student with their history, body, and territory is fully capable of judging ideas, position, and structures for themselves with the critical freedom. Inspired by Salles, we believe that the whole of the public university is not to impose truths, but to build shareable paths where everyone faced with the same evidence can able to convince and to allow themselves to be convinced. This is the ethical, political, and pedagogical challenge of the university governance commitment to democracy, to train individuals who not only pass through the university, but also transform it. Thank you for your time. Desculpem por algo.
Sorry for anything. But we learn by doing, so I hope that I was able to be understood.
All right, thank you so much. Let's continue. This is the first panel, and the idea is that we dialogue about challenges and involving mental health of college students in the academic governance perspective, ok? Bom, esse aqui então nós vamos dar sequência ao nosso a segunda apresentação.
We're going to move forward.
Opportunity to introduce Professor Cristiana. She is director of the Office of the Students Affairs to Technological Institute Aeronáutica from São José dos Campos. Então, eu tenho aqui a honra, a oportunidade de apresentar aqui.
I have the honor to introduce Professor Cristiane. She is a director of the Office of Student Affairs at IEA in São José dos Campos. You have 25 minutes. We have time. And the idea here is so you can speak in Portuguese, English, German, whatever language, because this is an international event. Well, we don't have a German guest. It was just a joke. I hope you got it.
More or less 20, 25 minutes, right? Eu posso ajudar vocês. Próximo slide, tá bom?
Perfeito.
Se concentrar, senão você vai.
Perfeito.
Como eu tô aqui dentro,
Posso, professor? Sim, sim. Bem, bom dia a todos. Agradeço o honroso convite.
Good morning, everybody.
Prazer.
I'd like to thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure to talk about a theme that over the last years we've been discussing at our institute, especially in the Office of Student Affairs. Such office lies within the undergrad prorectorate. I'm Professor Cristiano, and I'm in the Humanities Department, and I'm the chief in this division for many years. I'm studied by two colleagues. My team is really small, but it's a team highly trained, focused on deconstructing the history of the division that was more existentialist. Of course, that we have to take it into consideration and try to think of other strategies. And that's what we would like to do today, briefly, to talk about our institute. We have different characteristics of higher education institutions, but I'm here to talk about our experience and what we've been trying to do. Thank you all so much for having me here. And I would like to greet the colleagues here at our panel and everybody who's present both in person and online. So ITA is a center of reference for engineering education in Brazil, in the aerial spatial study. It is located in São José, and it has existed for 75 years. We offer an entrance exam every year, and it's widely known as a very competitive one. We have 10,000 candidates for 150 spots. This year, we are opening 180 spots. It is applied in 25 different cities across the country ever since we started. This allows that people from many different regions in Brazil can participate in this educational screening process. There is a very specific legislation, and we are not subordinate to the educational system, but to the Ministry of Defense. Students are engaged with this commitment, which is exclusive. I'm going to talk about different initiatives at ITA. As we said before, we just turned 75 years. We offer 6 engineering courses, and there's other 2 courses. Because from 2027, we will have a campus being inaugurated in Fortaleza, up in the Northeast, and we'll offer 2 engineering courses. We launched this screening process. We have students who does the basic cycle, the 2 years, the 2 first years in São José, and they're going to do the next years in Fortaleza. We have almost 800 undergraduate students, 8,000 students. Actually, undergrad, almost 800. And we help graduate over 7,000 engineers. All male and female students will have to do military in the first year.
diferença, né, do nosso
This is really different
já tivemos algumas aberturas
from other
exatamente
institutes.
por esse
We open
caráter, né,
a few
essa
exceptions, and because of this
seleção para esse
military
primeiro
feature,
ano militar,
the
antes a
screening
gente tinha
process for
uma
this
inspeção de
first
saúde
military year,
que
we had
não
a
permitia
health
que se o
inspection
aluno
that
tivesse
wouldn't
alguma
allow,
questão
for example,
que
if the
impedisse,
student
não
had
pudesse ir. Isso já
any
mudou. Nos
issue,
últimos anos a gente já tem edital
they wouldn't be able to
que
join.
prevê que caso
We
ele não
have
tenha sido
a
aprovado pela
legislation
Comissão de Saúde, ele
that
tem alguma questão,
predicts
ele
that
vai
in
poder
case he was not
cursar
approved
caráter
in the
excepcional
health
o ITA
exams,
sem fazer o
he
CPUR, né,
will
esse ano
be able to
militar. Então, até
do
o final do
ITA
primeiro
without
semestre de
doing 1 year of
2025,
military service.
794 estudantes desse conjunto,
794
792
students
masculino, 52
and
gênero feminino. Já a
742 were
realidade dos
males
cursos de
and 52 were females.
de
This is a
exatas, a
reality
gente tem pensado
in
como
exact
mudar isso. A gente
sciences
tem um
courses, and
programa
we've been
lá de
trying to
professoras que
change that.
atuam nas
We have
escolas
a program of female
num projeto de
professors
extensão muito interessante,
who
nas
are
escolas
working on an
do
extension
ensino
project
médio, estimulando que as
at
meninas façam, né, os
high
cursos de
schools.
exatas,
They're trying to
estimulando,
encourage
dizendo que as
more
meninas
women
podem estar
to
onde
join
quiserem,
execs, because we try to encourage women, say that they can be wherever they
esse
want,
quadro de
and
794,
at
nós
our
temos
institute as well. And
147 alunos que
we
optaram,
also have
querem seguir a vida militar,
147
e
students
647
who
que são o
chose
seguinte:
to follow the military
nosso
career,
Instituto,
and almost 700
ligado ao comando da
students
aeronáutica,
who decided
a maior
to
parte dos nossos
do
alunos são
civil work.
civis.
Most of our
A gente tem
students are
aqueles que optam pela carreira militar e
civils,
receberão
but some
formação militar
offer
concomitante
to do the
à
military,
engenharia.
and they'll be
E
specifically
os
trained for
nossos
that,
estudantes,
besides
né, os do
being trained
ITA,
for engineering.
USP,
What are our students
que
experiencing,
demandas são
both
essas?
at
Então,
ITA and USP?
vários
What are the
estudos, né,
demands?
mostram que esse
Of course,
ingresso
that studies
no ensino
demonstrate
superior é
that
um momento que pode ser de
there's
estresse,
entrance at a higher
e,
higher
portanto, as instituições,
institution,
isso é um desafio,
higher education institution,
está preparado para dar esse suporte.
we need to be ready
Pensar
to
na
offer them the
permanência
support
desse
and to
estudante.
think of
De
the
forma,
permanence
a gente
of
tem
the
feito
student.
isso. Claro,
And
que
how
alguns
have we
anos a
been
gente
doing
tem
this?
alguns marcos, né? Isso
We've reached some
mostra
milestones
o
throughout the years.
Brasil
Studies
começou
demonstrate
fortemente a pensar
that
essa estruturação desse serviço a partir de
has
1950.
started
Claro,
in
a gente
the
não pode
50s in Brazil.
deixar de citar sempre o papel
Of course, we have to
importantíssimo do
mention
Fonafrace,
the
né, a partir de 87,
important role of Fonafrace from
dos pró-reitores de assuntos comunitários e estudantis,
87, the Forum
que
of
apontou,
International Researchers. That was a milestone that pointed out
que as instituições,
what the institutions and the academic managers, administrators should look on by giving visibility to all these demands, by provoking
governamental e etc.
to the governmental level a series of laws that came from this and that are being supported, and we really expect that they continue this way. When we look at this picture, what do we have from now onwards? As a limitation and a challenge for governance in terms of mental health, what do the scholars say?
A minha equipe, eu já falei, é uma equipe pequena, mas que tem, mesmo, por exemplo, eu tenho uma psicóloga que é militar, e a gente tem conseguido, mesmo com todas as demandas militares que ela também tem, manter, por exemplo, ela estudando e pesquisando. Então, ela acabou de concluir um mestrado na Unicamp com a professora Camila Fior, que pesquisou exatamente a questão da busca de ajuda. Por que os nossos estudantes, mesmo diante de uma instituição que tem um serviço de apoio, por que eles não buscam essa ajuda? O que acontece? E como a gente pode melhorar isso? Bom, Mas, pensando em termos de limites, então o que a gente tem? A alta demanda e falta de recursos, claro, isso é uma realidade, né? O estigma e a pouca conscientização da própria comunidade, né, é algo que a gente, para pensar em saúde mental, não pode desconsiderar. Não adianta a gente pensar em ter serviços cada vez mais robustos e preparados se a gente não tem essa questão da busca de ajuda e o estigma muito presente, e a necessidade de ações coordenadas e intersetoriais. A gente tem que conversar, tem que dialogar internamente, muito fortemente com as nossas instituições, né? O serviço de apoio não pode ser aquele algo isolado que está lá, que a universidade, que a instituição faz para cumprir um papel, mas que todo o restante da instituição desconsidera. Bom, então, assim, em termos de divisão de assuntos estudantis, quem somos nós, né? O que a gente faz? Claro que a gente tem os nossos eixos de trabalho fortemente administrativo, ligados ao dia a dia acadêmico dos nossos alunos, né, dando esse suporte para os entregáveis e todas as etapas que eles precisam concluir para a colação de grau. Claro que a gente também tem um outro eixo que a gente faz essa ponte, por exemplo, através do suporte, do apoio ao docente, que a gente vê como algo muito importante, e que lá no ITA não estava localizado em nenhum outro setor, e nós abraçamos lá na divisão de assuntos estudantis, pensando nessa relação professor-aluno, pensando nesse suporte ao professor, e tentando mostrar para ele essa necessidade de pensar nos aspectos de suporte, de apoio à saúde mental, de estratégias, né? A gente está trazendo eles para a gente. E aí o outro eixo, né, que é o que eu vou falar aqui mais, é o que a gente tem de sessão de orientação educacional, do núcleo de atenção à saúde do aluno, que foi um núcleo criado recentemente na divisão e que está sob a responsabilidade da Luciana Machado, que está aqui presente, que também está fazendo o doutorado dela em promoção de saúde lá na UF, e o próprio apoio da assistente social, porque no ITA, desde das turmas iniciais, mas a gente não tem isso muito claramente registrado, mas nos últimos anos a gente tem, todas as turmas, a gente tem em torno de 15 a 20% dos ingressantes oriundos de família com vulnerabilidades socioeconômicas. Então, esse aluno chega e a gente tem que pensar em estratégias, porque a gente não tem acesso à bolsa permanência do MEC, né, do Ministério da Educação, mas a gente criou essa política de permanência com os nossos egressos, os iteanos. A Associação dos Engenheiros do ITA, a EITA, é uma instituição muito forte e que trabalha ao nosso lado, promovendo, né, completamos agora 12 anos de uma bolsa que eles nos concede e a gente repassa para esses alunos com, claro, todo um programa de suporte que é principalmente capitaneado pela assistente social. Bom, aqui só para trazer, eu falei em algum momento na minha fala, que desde 1950 isso fica mais forte e mais registrado, né, no Brasil, em termos de assistência, apoio ao estudante. E o ITA tem isso claramente, né, essa publicação é uma publicação de 2020, e a gente, com vários pesquisadores da Unicamp, da USP, então a gente conseguiu localizar que no Brasil, o ITA, em 1950, já tinha um serviço de orientação educacional e já tinha, logo depois, a chegada do psicólogo Daniel Antipoff, em 1964, começando uma estratégia fortemente inspirada no modelo do MIT, né, o Instituto de Tecnologia de Massachusetts, que foi o padrinho do ITA, né? O ITA tem um modelo, o nosso primeiro reitor veio do MIT, E aí a gente tem esse modelo que tem tudo a ver com promoção de saúde, com saúde mental. Claro que ao longo dos anos e nos primórdios ele tinha um outro caráter, e como a gente conseguiu puxar tudo isso para o que a gente tem hoje, né? Bom, então aqui uma rápida linha do tempo, mostrando a criação. Antes a nossa divisão era divisão de alunos, né? Isso ainda com uma linguagem muito militar, né? Fazendo uma alusão ao corpo de alunos, e como isso, a chegada do Daniel Antipov em 64, né? Em 2009, e aí é uma estratégia que eu gostaria muito de pontuar, e que eu acho extremamente relevante e tem tido um papel muito importante na nossa instituição. Eu chego nesse ano e sou convidada para ofertar uma disciplina obrigatória no primeiro semestre para todos os alunos ingressantes. É a estratégia que nós utilizamos para pegar esse ingressante, que óbvio é um período de muita transição e ali essa questão do pertencimento, do acolhimento é muito importante. Então, essa disciplina, que é obrigatória para todos os ingressantes, ela tem esse papel, e nós temos trazido cada vez mais conteúdos que conversam muito com a questão da saúde mental. É o espaço que a gente entende como uma importante estratégia. A gente oferece conteúdos de autorregulação, gestão do tempo, como lidar com essa ansiedade frente às provas, frente a um instituto muito demandante, promoção de saúde. Então, a gente tem, assim, cada vez mais inserido esses conteúdos nessa disciplina, né, a partir de 2009. Isso tem sido muito importante para a gente. Obrigada. Vou deixar aqui. Bom, em 2019,
so in 2019, we also have been very successful in terms of implementing counseling back in the beginnings, inspired on the MIT. So the name of that was counseling. And which sort of strategy was it? So professors that were trained to welcome the students and follow them up throughout their courses. In 2018, from an experience that I had with the Technical Institute of Lisbon, they have a mentorship program which is really robust, awarded and acknowledged in Europe. So this mentorship, I brought it to Brazil, and it was approved, and I then implemented such a thing. It's called New Counseling. I wasn't able to change the name. Why? Because they had some effective relationship with the term counseling, so they did not agree to change it to mentorship or something like that. So we kept it as a new counseling. This new counseling, so then we opened a bid. The teachers, the professors subscribe. They undergo a series of trainings, dynamics, so teachers from all the basic subjects, geography, history, Portuguese, as well as the technical teachers for the technical teaching. So if they register to participate in this bid, it means that they are willing to be together with these students that are entering, especially the first year. and they usually follow the students in the first 2 years. So they have obligations, they conduct meetings, there are indicators, they give feedback to the institution, expressing if the student needs some
Eles foram para casa.
I wasn't listening, so now I'm back. So it was the counselor was very important. He has a very important role in order to make this bridge. Well, now I'm going to show you some pictures. Thank you for letting me know that my time is about to end, because I get very enthusiastic with all the programs that we undertake. So here you can see all the strategies. We try to create many events in order to be as close as possible to the students. Here, as I said, the new student mentorship inspired in the ITA has a whole tradition backing it up. So the Lisbon Technical Superior course has a partnership with us, and we still speak with them. In our counseling, we added some initiatives that had inspired them, which makes us very happy about that, to think about this exchange of experiences and ideas and initiatives. Here you can see some pictures of our implementation lunch. In the first year, they still use their uniforms in our university dining hall.
Well, já pontuei também a questão da disciplina colóquios, né? No fundo, são essa.
In addition to that, we also promote colloquiums or symposiums, which are extremely important. And we notice that the students are much more integrated to the course and being presented to the institution, getting to know the personnel. So an institution that only offers engineering courses to offer as a mandatory subject the contents that I had mentioned to you: self-regulation, dealing with anxiety, when dealing with the deliveries, the tasks, and so on and so forth. Recently, we had implemented 2 types of mentorship, because the students of the last year also must deserve special attention. So we established a mentorship by companies that it's been conducted by Embraer, the proximity, of course. So we put the student in touch with engineers of Embraer in order to speak about and debate about the professional life, this first job, and so we support throughout the students throughout the course of the university and until the professional life, focusing on the mental health approach. And then also we provide individual mentorship for special cases. So students go through, so the teachers has to go through some special training in order to support these special cases.
Por esses profissionais, né? Aí o programa, né, de bem viver, né, no ITA.
So here there is the well living or good living program at the ITA, and we are bringing this program towards all the students of our institutes by means of the WASA nuclei, and Luciana is one of the members that are spearheading this program. We have been working with the Brazilian Network of University Producers of Health. We have partnerships and agreements. We don't do nothing by ourselves. We have institution backing us up, which an institution that brings the psychologists to the ITA, to ITA, so they are, the ITA now is a place where interns can do their first internship, and Luciana supports them in this sense. So we have a very important center of mental health in our city, which is called Julia, which is giving the support for those interns. So to conclude, the challenges. The challenges are that in Brazil, research and evaluation on programs and actions aimed at students designed at higher education institutions are still in their infancy. We need to promote research and be open to evaluation. We need to continue our expand partnerships, and we must keep creative. Our creativity helps us fostering our initiatives. We must not falter in the face of challenges, because this is our day-by-day problem, so to speak. And then we must thank and hope that many other such initiatives takes place, and events such as the one that we happening today here continue to happen. I want to thank Professor Alessandra for the opportunity to be part of this event. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much. We are really impressed with this experience, but it is important to introduce some person, because we are trying work together in the last 2 years. Is important. I would like to introduce you to Daniela. Please stand up. Yeah, she is a psychologist in ITA, and I'm responsible for the first connections that we established in the past. Okay? Então é importante aqui a gente falar da Daniela, não é? Que é uma pessoa muito importante.
Daniela is a very important person that supports us establishing this connection.
This week we have an international graduate discipline which call mental health, diversity and social inclusion in higher education. This graduate discipline will be held in English in the Psychology Institute, and we have the presence of Daniela, Luciana, and Professor Chris Bronson, Professor Carlos Vinicius, okay? So, let's go. Então, estava falando aqui que a gente vai ter uma disciplina em inglês.
So what I was telling them is that we also have an English discipline, a discipline that's going to be taught in English. And there we'll have the psychologists of the ITA with us. Now I'm going to give the floor.
I would like to introduce now the perspective of the Provost of Belonging and Inclusion, and special to my partner, Professor Ricardo Teixeira. He is responsible to the ECOS program and director of mental health of the Dean of Inclusion and Belonging. Okay, go ahead.
Bom,
Bom dia, todos e todas. Good morning. Eu vou falar inglês. Well, first I'd like to greet my partners in this panel, and especially my colleagues, but also Professor Alessandro, that I'd like to especially not only greet but to thank and to congratulate for this opportunity. And I take this opportunity to publicly thank and congratulate Professor Alessandro and his team for all the huge contributions and producing evidence to inform public policy making on mental health at universities. And I also like to thank my team that's present here, the workers that together are constructing with us the policies that I will share with you right now. Okay. Well, the theme of this panel prompted me to speak from the perspective of the Director of Mental Health and Wellbeing at University of São Paulo, and put things within a broader framework that encompasses the creation of Provost of Including and Belonging 3 years ago, that I call simply PRIP. PRIP, Provost of Including and Belonging. Well, USP adopted affirmative action policies very late, only in 2017. And since then, it has been undergoing all the institutional transformations process required for these policies, which other public universities have undergone first, like University of Bahia. And in the case of USP, this process have a very strong institutional expression, which was the creation of a provost to deal with inclusion and belonging policies. Let's take a quick look at some numbers of the USP University. So, well, these are the size and the composition of the USP community, and quickly making the calculations, a population of about 110,000 people. And here's a quick overview of the impact of affirmative action policies on community composition. Well, in effect, an unprecedented social class and ethnic racial composition. Well, it was in face of this reality, this new reality that was created, the PRIP, only 3 years ago, integrated the central executive bodies of the University of São Paulo, a body to promote diversity, democratic opportunities, provides conditions for students' retention, and conditions for students and staff to have the best academic experience. Well, the PRIP is structured into 5 areas that work in a coordinated manner. Of course, I focus on mental health activities right now, but I must say, considering our understanding of the main determinants of mental suffering, that all areas take part of the mental health policy, since their actions and to mitigate the effects of some of the most well-known determinants of mental suffering, like financial hardship, various forms of prejudice, harassment, and other forms of violence and right violations. Well, I won't go into details about the actions of each area right now. I forgot to pass the slides, okay. But I will highlight some of them just to provide an overview of the kind of activities that I consider ultimately comprise the USP mental health policy. Well, these are some of these activities that are the main activities of the PRIP. There's a lot of acronyms that I try to introduce you. First, PEPF, that's our program of financial support for student retention, which offers financial support to more than 17,000 students in the University of São Paulo. The improvements we are making in the student housing, that now we have 1,400 tenants, residents now, as well as free daily meals. It's important to talk about the Heteroidentification Identification Committee because it aimed at protecting quota policies, increasing the reliability of the process, campaigns against harassment, but beyond that, the creation of an entire system of embracing and support for victims, generating information that breaks the invisibility of the problem and the no accountability of the aggressors. A system called SUA, Sistema USP de Acolhimento, that we can see as a key part of a human rights system at USP, and which is in turn a fundamental part of a mental health system, which the backbone is the ECHOS program, well, that you will present later, of course. And at last but not least, we start to have data about the perceptions of campus climate and academic experience, including mental health perceptions that we did not have before. We have already run twice the previous survey, first in 2022 and now in 2024. And we tend to reapply or to rerun this survey each 2 years. Well, now let's strictly talk about USP mental health policy. But first, we need to share some of its assumptions. Very quickly, far from exhaustive, just some data, more provocative than explanatory, some comments on our view of the problem, what really is the problem we are calling mental health, and consequently, what are the ways to address it. And a declaration, oh, I forgot again to pass, and a declaration of scientific humility in the face of this problem. The problem is the intensity and the forms of contemporary youth suffering. That ultimately is the main concern of our policies. Well, first I draw attention to this data. As you can see from in the first graph, depression rates among younger people practically double from the pre-pandemic period to 2022. Surpassing the rate observed in the general population. The second graph shows suicide rates among younger people and the general population, showing that they are also growing faster among younger people than they are already increasing, and also that they are already increasing since before the pandemic. So it's not just the pandemic that explains this worsening. In short, we have a context of a sharp increasing of mental disorders that we have been observing at least for 2 decades, most pronounced among young people. That is the core of university population. Well, in face of this data, the question maybe is, how is the university positioning itself in the face of this crisis? Or a second question that you could pose is, does the university alleviate or exacerbate this crisis? Well, then I go to another graph here. This is one of the questions we sought to answer through the PrEP survey, finding this result in the 2022 survey. The questions, we have 3 options, written like Ipoder, USP benefits my mental health more than it harms it, and so on, okay. And with these questions, we first sought to determine whether the person in any way related their mental health to USP. We found that almost 40% of the community did not relate either positively or negatively their mental health to the institution. Among the 60% for whom USP influences their mental health, the majority report negative effects. It's good to know that 40% of those who say that they are affected, USP has a positive effects in their mental health, but for the majority, it harms their mental health, and these are primarily undergraduate students. Well, these numbers give an idea of the scale, but they don't explain the problem or pinpoint its causes. Even if policies are guided by actions to embrace and mitigate individual suffering, we cannot ignore its determinants, especially those which are provoking suffering on a larger scale and are quite evident. I mentioned just some groups of questions that certainly make up the formulation of the problem that informs mental health policy that proposed to the university. In the first place, we cannot ignore the impact of inequality, racism, and structural violence. Even more so, considering the institutional grammar of higher education, characterized as productive-driven, competitive, individualistic, which can be considered the core of the mental sickling machine installed in universities. There are two other aspects that seem to me to be part of the problem. The role of social media in shaping subjectivity, leading to a culture of culture of the self and comparison, in addition to the pernicious practice of cancellation. And the fact that mental health has become a kind of language for naming and managing suffering, which leads to a growing and excessive, here comes the word, psychologization and psychiatrization. Okay, it's okay? It works? All right. With consequent impoverishment of the capacity to symbolize the pain and suffering inherent to human experience. That said, we can summarize the point that USP mental health policy aims to reduce barriers that make it difficult for vulnerable social groups to experience belonging, make changes in pedagogical and research practice, committing them to a critical reflections on the way of life and institutional grammar that we are reproducing in the academic environment. Institute listening policies for a culture of care at the university, articulating a network of embracing, listening, and caring for mental and social political suffering at university, and again, last but not least, promote actions with education, art, and culture, fostering a social cultural policy of coexistence and inclusion. In the sense, USP mental health policy is guided by two main axes of action. First, actions that enhance the protection and promotion of mental health and well-being within the university community. And second, actions aimed at establishing a network of embracing, listening, and providing initial care for mental and social political suffering within the university. Well, now it's time, again, a little bit late, but now it's just the time to introduce the ECHOS program. A program it's an acronym, besides it inspires the ECHOS idea. That means listening, care, and counseling mental health. The ECHOS program has three main areas of actions. First, offer a main space for embracing and listening of mental and socio-political suffering in the university. Second, survey existing resources within and outside the university, mapping and articulating mental health support and care networks. And third, offer different forms of institutional support for the mental health challenges faced by different sectors and groups within the university. When it was created in 2022, the ECHOS program, the space of embracing and listening of ECHOS program existed only in the Cidade Universitária, where we are, also called Campus Butantan, USP main and largest campus, with only a third of its current staff. In the beginning, we were just a small group, but in 2024, new professionals were hired, so that today we have a team of 18 professionals distributed across all USP campus. I utilize this slide to present a little bit the distribution of the University of São Paulo in the state of São Paulo. These are the 8 main campus of the university, where now you have an ECHOS network. However, beyond individual care provided by specialized professionals, the goal is to foster a culture of listening care at the university, empowering the entire community to take responsibility for collective mental health. Within this aim, the ECHOS program has also developed a series of tools to support this effort. The first one is the USP Mental Health and Social Being Map, a tool that allows you to find a wide range of useful resources for mental health and well-being at USP, from mental health promotion and protection activities to therapeutic services, including emergency services. One of our biggest challenge now is disseminating the tool and facilitating access and usability, which we hope to achieve by implementing a WhatsApp chatbot, such a way to consult information on the map that we wait to deliver it soon, this new resource. And we also, just a few prints. And we have also multiple strategies to encourage listening and provide initial psychological aid. And I mentioned some here, like the course Mental Health and USP Inclusion and Belong, that's in the 4th edition. The peer listening project with undergraduate students, and the campaign I Make a Welcome University. Here I'm a little bit late always, but these are the buttons we are disseminating in the youth community right now. Well, I'm walking to the end. In our website, another example of these strategies to aid and encouraging people to listen and provide initial psychological aid. Our website, we offer a brief need help tutorial with a severity rating of the different demands, and including guidance on how to act in emergency situations, what we call the protocol, emergency protocol. But that's not all. These are just the actions aimed at establishing and support network and a culture of listening and caring at USP. But the ECHOS program also develops a series of initiatives aimed at protecting mental health and promoting well-being, such as community groups, integrative practice, reading circles, and nature walks, among just a few photos to end my presentation, and amongst various types of activities which cannot be detailed here, but which cannot be overlooked. We are and are aspiring to conclude this brief account of the mental health policy we have sought to develop at USP. Thank you for your attention, and I hope we can discuss a little bit more about all this.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Well, now we need to begin in the second panel immediately because we have a person that is offering her participation through online. So thank you for this brilliant presentation. And all of us, we are here during the day and you can dialogue more about the contents of this presentation, okay? So I would like to invite, the second panel is about mental health, social services, and social support for college students. And I would like to invite Professor Eduardo Sodré de Souza from Faculty of Nursing of Campinas State University, and Professor Pablo de Carvalho Godoy Castanho. He is a professor in Psychology Institute. I would like to invite also the CEO of EduEutec, Professor Carlos Vinicius Gomes Melo. I would like to invite, and Professor Nikazi Stoll from King College. Please, could you include one more share for us? Thank you. I would like to include you. I would like to invite you and through the internet, Professor Nikazi Stoll, and now the moderation of this second panel will be conducted by the research Danilei Pereira de Castro. Okay? Thank you. Não, não tem a próxima. Mas por que mais um? Tem uma que é pela internet, no caso.
Eduardo Sodré. Não, Eduardo.
Tá bom.
Então, bom dia pessoal. Eu sou o Derlei, como o professor apresentou.
Good morning, I am Delay, as Professor had introduced. Since we have foreign guests, I will speak in English, and we have the simultaneous translation.
For inviting me to moderate this panel. It's a great honor, of course, and a big responsible. And first, I'd like to acknowledge and greet my professor Alessandro to organizing this important event. And esperar pouco. Yeah? Yeah? My compliments to the audience, to all the members of this panel, for members of Provost for Inclusion and Belonging, Professor Miriam, Professor Ricardo, and Professor Anna that was with us here. And my thank you to Professor Chris Bronson and Nikazi for this participation. To start this panel, who entitled Mental Health Services and Social Support for Students in Higher Education, I will introduce a little question to guide our discussion. So considering the emotional distress and suffering among university students, how we see in the last presentation, marked, for example, by anxiety, depression, suicide, or attempt suicide, how can mental health services offer support to mitigate the effects of this distress, promote academic success, and a sense of belonging? And I add here how we can afford and combat the symptoms of universe that produce this distress. To start, I will present first the Professor Pablo de Carvalho Godoy, Pablo de Carvalho Godoy Castanha. He is a professor in clinical psychology department at University of São Paulo on Institute of Psychology, where he coordinates of the Durval Marcondes Psychological Clinic. The school serves responsible for internships and research related to the department. He has a degree in psychology, master's degree in social psychology from the USP, and a PhD in clinical psychology from the Pontifício Católico University PUC-SP. So welcome, Professor. Each participant will have between 15-20 minutes to presentation, and I will alert when missing 5 minutes. Okay?
Okay, so thank you. I just need to know if I have the slides there. Maybe you got things to the slides. Quer começar? No, but then I need the slides there. Yeah, I don't know. The slides were there. I don't know where they are now.
Yeah, so
Yes. Let's see how it works. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. So as you see, I accepted the challenge that Professor Alessandro gave us to speak in English as a way to foster internationalization at home. I do that, for me, it's sort of playing with language, and I invite you to take that the same way so we can experiment. It's not about speaking right or wrong. It's more about having an opportunity to be exposed to a different language and play with it. So now I'll present a clinical group device for university students at USP. We call GRAP-USP, which is, I'm sorry, I'm just lost with technology. Okay. No. Where is it? Oh, okay. Thank you, I'm sorry. I'm much more lost in technology than in translation here. So it's a acronym for Reflective Support Group for Students Retention at USP. Don't look too much into the meaning of the words. We liked how it sounded, GRAP-USP. And it was created in 2019. And I think it's amazing how we share the same assumptions that Professor Ricardo Teixeira has just demonstrated to us, as it was 2019 was way before the Provoke creation. So we usually have groups up to 8 students, I would say. We've had 3 parallel groups during the pandemic. Right now we have only 1. It's a group for undergraduate and graduate students from USP. We have weekly sessions of 1.5 hours. They are run by undergraduate and graduate students on psychology. We have some people here. João, Mayara helped us as well. And the participation is a decision of the students, although many times we have people indicating them to come to us. It's what we call a slow open group in psychotherapeutic groups, which means we've been trying to adjust that and experimenting with different formats, but basically it's a group that runs continuously during the academic semester, and the students join and leave as they want, provided there are vacancies and that they keep their status as students at USP. We use 2 techniques. I'm I have a psychoanalytical approach to groups, although in English people usually understand me better when I say I have a psychodynamic approach. And we have two techniques that we use. One is the operative learning group. It's Latin American born, Pichon Rivière. Many of you have heard of him. And another one is a technique that uses photos. There are a lot of techniques that use photos in group. And this one comes from France, and we use it in the way Claudine Vacheret has developed it. And I'm a group guy, so I basically work with groups in all I do in university. So a learning operative group is an exclusively verbal group. Participants are invited to freely talk from a given task. In this case, the task is reflect and share about links in and with the universities. Singular. The coordinating team lets the group flow and intervenes when a psychological component hinders the development of the conversation. So we may not, I'll show you a clinical vignette where there's no intervention, things are going fine. A large part of our job is not to give troubles to the group, let them work. And photo language is a technique that happens in two different moments. The first moment is the moment where people choose one or two pictures to answer to a question. And the second moment is when we share photos and we comment on each other's photos. And the coordinating team, in this case, assures the rules of the working group and also shares and comments and choose pictures themselves. So why we do it? So a learning operative group has a long run on the educational field. Pichon Rivière created it in the 50s. And it's not only about educational. He used to say that operative groups are universal in the sense that we can easily adapt them to work in educational, but a health environment, a social environment, a corporative environment, etc. But he uses the word learning in a complex way, but it's also directly used to talk about how we learn. And that learning has to be meaningful for him. And meaningful learning for him is when we have thoughts, feeling, and actions that are not splitted, dissociated from one another. So when you have a learning experience that you feel emotionally, you take into account your reactions and your thoughts, then you have meaningful learning, which is much more lasting. And it has to do for him also with being healthier to learn like that. So a learning operative group would be a place for students to process the experience they have, whereas they learn in the university. So a lot of things happen when you're listening to a class or experience universities. Photo language on its turn has a clinical use when free association is not an option, when people cannot associate. We're going to talk more about that. So in a way, in the words of René Caes, it's a prothesis of the capacity of dreaming. Dreaming here is a word being used in a large sense of being able to fantasize, associate, So I'll give you an example, a little clinical vignette from an operative group. So, of course, the names here, we change all the groups. It's just the beginning of a session. Jane wants to be the first to speak that day. She says she's going crazy because her out-of-touch professor told her to redo a term paper. Jane is an undergraduate student and accuses her professor of wrongly expecting a graduate-level paper. Mary, that's the sequence of the group, and that's important to take into account the sequence. Mary shares she got a message from her PhD advisor threatening that she could lose her grant. They met. She felt the talk was very supportive. It seemed he wanted to help her all along. He had realized she was feeling stuck. Rita tells the group about her difficulties in dealing with her advisor's expectations. She timidly disagrees with her advisor. Tanya says that the professors have to understand their dreams are not necessarily the same of the students. She states that she often knows more than the professor and that she does not submit completely to them. She compares it to the relationship she has with her mother. Robert comments on not filling up to certain tasks, and that when it is the case, he often not even tries. The group comments on expectation from others. Rita shares her fears about not getting a job after university and on her father's criticism on her choices. Like Robert, she also refrains from trying when she's too afraid of failing. She gave up submitting an article after getting criticism from her advisor. Tatiana comments she got a dislike on a video from her aunt and how much it bothered her. Jane, the first one to talk, now associates Tatiana's comment with her professor's criticism. She also realized it was the first time she got criticized by a professor at the university. So we see that when people are in university, this vignette shows that they are handling also how they live up to the expectations. And in this vignette, it's not only about how they deal with expectations in general, but about disentangling their own expectations, the family expectations, the university staff expectations, social expectations. If you see, Janie starts by telling us about this crazy professor she's very fed up with. And at the end, she associates it with what was going on in the group. So we don't see it here, but we could see that a window was open for Jane to think that the way she was living it had to do with it being the first time she was criticized at the university. Maybe it had to do with something with the relationships she has with family that we see other people putting into the game as well. And we can see for each one of them, we can get an idea of how listening to the other has triggered them to say what they said and how it's a process of giving different colors to that experience through this exchange. But this is only possible because people were able to share and think and associate about what was happening, which is not always the case. So when we started it in 2019, we were surprised because although operative groups had been used for that since the 50s, we found something that we could not overcome as a difficulty. So in the very first groups, people would come and say, I will fail. I got a 9.5 grade out of 10, so it means I'm not going to get the internship I always dreamed about as a leading General Electric in Latin America or something. And so I wound up selling hot dogs on the streets, and there's nothing I can do about it. And others say, wow, everything's so difficult. And we even got to hear very early in the process things like, I do not want to leave anymore. And the problem is that there was no group association after that. You could see sometimes advising, but the climate of the group, the emotional atmosphere was very heavy, and people would say, I will fail, and everybody was clearly afraid of failing as well, and they could not proceed and talk and do anything like what we saw before. Of course, they talked, but there was always the same thing. Oh God, I'm also afraid of failing, or oh God, surely we are going to fail. There was no change in the process. And there was also a lot of internal aggressivity, like you do that because you don't know, you should study more, or shut up, I don't come here to listen, things like that. So of course we didn't want that. We tried to manage within what operative group says, so we tried to manage by trying to we say interpretations, but we are trying to put into words the feelings that were going on in the group. Didn't work out. We tried to adapt the task, which is maybe sometimes it happens because the task is either too direct or not engaging enough, didn't help. So we went to the literature and did the other thing that we could do, which was using the pictures in a thing that would literature would say that helps people associate. And really what was going on, we understood, is that they were not only not associating groups, they were not able to imagine and live emotionally their experience in university apart from being just stuck in the same repeating words and fears. So they did things in a very practical way. They had lots of training they had to do, they had to study a lot. And the use of pictures we did in photo language we think it changed that from not only changed the exchange inside the group, but also the way people relate to the university. So I have an example that struck me. Is a woman that at a certain point she was really studying a lot for an exam, hours and hours, and then she decided to take a walk. And while she's walking, she saw birds. She remembers a picture she had seen in the group, like this, with the birds, and she thought the birds are like the check sign I'm doing. What I'm trying to do is that how important it is for you to be able to fantasize about what you're doing, to have that's the way you can process your emotional experience. You need to associate what you're doing. It cannot be only a test, right or wrong. It has to be also a flying bird, you know, in the sense. So we think this is something that restore the capacity of fantasizing and associating through the use of photo language. And another example, that those are pictures that often appeared in the group, and they made participants talk about a time where there was time, a time where they could have time to exchange and think together, they could share an emotional bound, and that was usually put as a contrast to a huge contrast to what they found in university. In university, relationships were a burden, but on these pictures, they could talk about being part of, being comfortably sharing, being affectively, feeling very cozy feelings, feeling protected and all. So sharing food and exchanging. So it's a different, that the time is not only about, as the professor said this morning in the opening, of course, it's not, we have an acceleration, we have a lot of things to process nowadays, but it's also about the subjective relationship we have with time, and groups are very good for you to have a different timing experience, to experience in half an hour that you are there for I don't know how long. It breaks the routine and it has this power. And these pictures, they also translate that. So I want to share here one of our main hypotheses all along since the beginning, which is, I think it's just a different way to say what Professor Ricardo Teixeira was saying as one of his core assumptions. But here we take this French physician and psychoanalyst that's in the picture, Christophe Dejoux, who has produced what he calls the psychodynamic of work. So he's being very concerned about how the present organization of work, the post-Fordist organization of work, with all its increment of competition, evaluations that are individual evaluations for most of the time, lack of security, you don't have a stable job anymore, you have to produce it, you are hired for specific things and products you have to do, and then you have to get the next job for doing something extra, and you are never sure if you're going to make it. And he has highlighted how this has to do with a lot of mental and physical suffering and sickening in life in nowadays. And what we think is that this has happened, that has reached the university. So our main hypothesis, that's why we're getting sicker today, why the operative group that has worked for 60 years does not work anymore, and we needed to have photo language as well. Why does it happen? So our main hypothesis is that university students' life has been increasingly shaped by post-Fordist work organization. Therefore, students are increasingly suffering from the same problems workers are. Yeah. So, you know, what I've just said about not having a stable position and having to get money for specific projects that you never know if you're going to get the next time again, is just a description of the situation of most researchers in university. We have less positions, stable positions as professors, so we have people with 4 or 5 postdoctorate research, and they have to get good results, otherwise they were not going to get the next grant, or they lose their grant. When we talk about researchers, the parallel is very similar, and unfortunately, when you get the information about the suicide cases among postgraduate students, they are very similar to what De Jures has analyzed in France, especially 2007, when you have many examples famous examples, he analyzed the structure. What happens is very similar to what happened with suicide, people who committed suicide in the working place. So it puts a lot of a specific dynamic into place. So one of the things, and the basic thing for De Jures that has to do with this post-Fordistic word is what he calls the disarticulation of the collective. You cannot, because you're in competition all the time. We're not saying competition has no place, but you need fair game, you need fair play, and you need a counterbalance of solidarity. And this is shrinking. So one of interesting point he does is that it's not only about harassment in the workplace nowadays, it's about people not being able to cope with that because they are faced with that alone. When I was a student of this university 25 years ago, we had professors that looked like they were going after specific students, and that was bad. But we went out class and we made jokes of these professors, and we hanged around as students. And it didn't bother us so much as we see it getting to nowadays students. Especially when you talk about PhD and master, you have an individual relationship to your advisor, and people tend to take to themselves as they have failure. So it doesn't take that much of harassment, I would say, to make somebody sick, because you cannot count with your colleagues. That's very De Jurian perspective, yeah? We have ethical dilemmas that we also need to share with others to decide what to do. So the ethical dilemmas have to do with the competition itself, but also with how we handle them. We can handle them differently if you can share and discuss with friends about that. So we have people, it didn't happen at my time, not sure about other places, but at Grapuspi, I remember a case, the guy was saying, I had a friend who was absent at class, he was sick, and he asked me for my notes. I wanted to give him my notes, but we are trying to get the same internship. So I'm afraid that if I give him my notes, he might get the internship and I'm not. But I'm also ethically feeling bad about that. So so you can talk in the group, it's something important, because he wouldn't have that space. And also, researchers sometimes say they feel pressure to temper their data, to alter data in research, because you're in the lab. If you get a good result, the grant's coming. If you don't get what you expect, you did good research, but it doesn't mean you're going to get a grant. That's how it works right now. You can do a great research, but if you don't find anything much interesting with your research, you might not get the grant. There is this sense of all-win. So people think they are going to either be a big success or a big failure. There's not middle ground, because there's no solidarity to help you if you don't have everything. You have the idea that's in a world that's only competition, you are either the one who survives or you lose everything. So it brings a lot of anxiety. And there is this, which is a Bayesian hypothesis, so it's another French author, that he says that there's a connection between the link we have among people and the internal capacity of link internally. So he says that when we lose the capacity of connecting with people, we lose the capacity of connecting ideas, feelings, emotions, and images inside. So the opposite is also true. When we have the ability to connect with people again, we try to process that differently. So, and people don't have recognition from their work, which is quite problematic from the De Jurian point of view. If you don't have recognition, you cannot have sublimation, and you're going to go through a way of getting sick. So that's how we think that's the last one, yeah. That nowadays group can be a very interesting thing, not only because of the classic reasons we've always did group psychotherapy for, but also because now it can be a prosthesis for this disarticulation of the collective. A group like Grapuspi can be a place where intersubjective linkings foster the capacity to associate and fantasize, can be a place where collective defenses can be set place. Collective defense is also a concept from the jures. So it's not only about working through, as we're usually used to in psychodynamic terms, it's also about allowing people to build defense against the hardship of what they experience. This I am alone feeling can change in the group. You're not alone, you have other people going through different similar things, you have space for recognition, and it put powers into perspective. It's not only about my advisor, that was clear in the VNet. It's not only about that took lots of people for them to be able to phrase that the professors might be wrong. It's very hard in the beginning for her to hear the criticism from the professor because the professor is in an idealized position, I think. And then through the group, somebody said, well, maybe the professor is not always right, and the other says they are often wrong. And I think it puts the power relationship into the perspective, which is also very good. So all that also translates into thinking that we should be careful with individual approach because it might have an iatrogenic risk greater nowadays if the disarticulation of the collective is so important. So that's all. Thank you for listening.
So thank you, Professor. Now I have the honor to invite the Professor Nikaz Stoll. She's a professor at King's College London, have PhD in psychology and medicine research at the same college, and her research explored the mental health and well-being of Black undergraduate and graduate students, and she's coordinator of the Black Students Talk project, which designs, delivers, and evaluates public engagement services and activities focused on inequalities in mental health and health services. So welcome, Professor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, amazing. I'm going to attempt to share my screen, which might or might not work. Fingers crossed. Okay then. Well, you have to bear with me. If not, I might have to do it without. Nope. I have no idea how I got here. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, now works, yeah. Yeah, another presentation, yeah.
I think I'll do it without. I have no idea how to share this. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. For about 3 years, we ran a peer support intervention for Black university students.
Professor, sorry. Your presentation are not sharing with us. Yeah.
I am not sure how to get it shared. So,
okay. So.
Let me see. There you go. Am I out of it now? I'm not sure how to share my presentation, so I might have to do it without, if that's okay. Because it doesn't like me today. So for 3 years, we ran a peer support intervention for Black university students, and it was based on a study that we did, which was based in the UK. So we interviewed Black university students across England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales to find out what was impacting them the most in their university journey. And through that, we found that Black university students in the UK are impacted on what we call multiple different levels. So we found that there was a lot of experiences of personal racism, between university students and also between faculties, between teachers and lecturers. So students were being exposed to repeated experiences of racism throughout their journey, which impacted their access to resources. So on the more community level, we found that Black students were telling us about barriers to their educational attainment. So in the lecture halls and in their social spaces, in multiple spaces that Black students were interacting with, they were struggling with that interpersonal experiences of racism. Specifically, students were telling us that as they progressed through their education, as they were expected to be more independent, as they were expected to be able to take on their own projects, they were observing that they were being treated differently to other university students, that they had a difference in access to these resources that other university students were finding were key to their success. So one of the examples that always kind of, draws to my mind is a Black university student who was studying their doctorate, their PhD. By the time they got to their second year, they had figured out that their colleagues were being taken to conferences, international conferences that were helping progress them in their career, but their supervisor had never once asked them if they wanted to attend the conference. Even though those resources were supposed to be for everyone, it was being ring-fenced to certain students. So they then, started to get really anxious and started to say, is it because I'm not good at what I do? Is it because I'm, not good enough? And they described that being a start of a spiral of anxiety and depression that led to them almost dropping out of their PhD. So students were telling us about these experiences, telling us that they felt incredibly lonely. In the UK, the number of Black students is quite low. So it's about 5% of students identify as Black in universities in the UK. So there's a lot of isolation. There's a lot of feelings of not belonging, not seeing someone who looks like you. I always tell people that I didn't actually see a Black lecturer until I was doing my master's degree. I'd never been taught by a Black teacher in school or at undergraduate. So the first time I met a Black lecturer, I was very, very excited. And that's pretty common for most Black university students. So one thing that these students kept repeatedly saying is that they wanted a space to come together, to share support, share advice, to celebrate their wins together, but also to feel like they could come and talk about their difficulties and find solutions together. So what we did is we set up a peer support group called Black Students Talk. So I'll give you a bit of context about Black Students Talk. So Black Students Talk is an in-person and online peer support group for Black undergraduate and Black postgraduate university students. Students don't have to be diagnosed with a mental health disorder to access the support. They just need to self-identify as having struggled with their mental health at some point during their university journey. The program itself is run by two university staff members who their job is around inclusive education. And it is then delivered, so the peer support is delivered by 6 trained Black university students. So the Black university students were recruited specifically for this role, and they were trained to identify mental health struggles. They were also trained in inclusive communication. They were trained in being able to facilitate conversations, what we would describe as maybe difficult conversations. So conversations about mental health and mental illness. They were also trained in how to signpost people to support. So how to provide resources, how to provide guidance, and what to do when someone comes to them and they're struggling with their mental health. So they received that training over a couple of days. They were also, something to note is that these students are also paid for their time on an hourly basis, because we wanted to recognize that providing peer support is a really difficult job, especially as they're Black university students themselves. They're going through racism themselves. They are struggling with their mental health themselves. And we felt it was really important to make sure that that work was rewarded in a way that felt comfortable to them. So they were paid, and they were also provided with a certificate that they could kind of show that they had done this training and that they were doing this role. Another thing to kind of note, the peer support workers also received reflective practice. So once a month, they received reflective practice, group reflective practice with a trained Black practitioner who was trained to provide support around discussions around their practice. So for each month, they would bring a case, a situation that was deemed difficult, or something that was quite emotive, or that they struggled to cope with, and they would, as a group, discuss it together. They'd go through what they did well, what didn't go well, and what were some of the learnings and lessons for next time. And that reflective practice is a really important space for them to grow as peer support workers, for them to have that opportunity to learn from each other. And because one thing that's really important is to make sure that they have their own career development, that they can develop as not only individuals, but also as practitioners. So it's a really good space for them to debrief. They also were offered the opportunity, if and when they needed, to access mental health support, because some of the topics that we discussed were things around suicide or drug and alcohol misuse, eating disorders, really difficult topics that might trigger them. And we didn't want to cause more harm to the peer support workers. So they also had access to one-to-one support with a practitioner if and when they needed. So the intervention. So the peer support intervention was co-designed with Black university students based on multiple consultation groups, and also based on the research project that I mentioned that we ran for 3 years. So that informed the content of the work, of the peer support intervention. And we also worked with a Black artist, illustrator, to design the resources so that they were friendly and they looked appealing, and that they were resources that could be disseminated and used outside of the intervention as well. So the peer support intervention, it followed a very specific structure. So at the start, the group would come together and they would go through a group confidentiality and safety agreement. So at the start of each group, they would talk about what they hoped to get from the group, but also they would agree what they wanted the space to look like. So how would they support each other if someone were to become distressed? What would the group like? Would they like to give that person some space? Would they like to provide questions? How would they like to cope with the dynamics that come up? So everyone in that group would discuss that together. And the reason for this is so that everyone could come together and feel safe and comfortable in that space. Because, of course, in a peer support intervention, you're almost creating a little micro environment that has its own culture. So that had to be agreed at the beginning of every session. Then they would go into an icebreaker activity. So normally that was like a card game, a well-being card game that had themes around mental health and well-being, or it would be something around, it sometimes was just a question like, what's something fun you did this week? Something to get everyone comfortable in the space. But the purpose was to make sure that people felt like they could be themselves and they can bring themselves into the space. And then it would then go on to a psychoeducation section. So in this section, the peer support workers would read out a script, a presentation that was around a specific topic. These topics were identified from the research. So based on the research themes, which were they were basically themes that Black students felt impacted their mental health. So things like a traumatic experience in childhood, eating disorders, alcohol misuse, racism, or the pressure of university. There would be a specific topic that the peer support workers would introduce, and that content was written by them, and it was also written by myself and the other person who led the program. And sometimes we would invite guest speakers to talk about specific topics. So we had a speaker talk about neurodiversity, so talk about autism and ADHD. We had a speaker who spoke about psychosis and hearing voices. So sometimes we would invite someone to come in and give almost like a mini lecture around a topic, or the peer support workers would do that themselves. That would last for about 15 minutes. And then it would go into something that we called the listening triads, where they were put into little groups where you'd have a student who was the talker. So they would speak for 5 to 10 minutes about the topic based on their lived experience. So if the topic was on alcohol misuse, they would talk for 15 minutes about their personal experiences of alcohol misuse. The other person in the group would be the listener. So they would listen to that person and they would display active listening, whether that's verbal or non-verbal communication. And the third person would be the observer. They would observe that dynamic. And the purpose of having a listening triad in this peer support intervention was that a lot of Black students said that they had very, very little spaces where they could talk uninterrupted, without judgment, about a topic that caused harm. So we gave them the opportunity to talk about their experiences. We also wanted students to get the experience of practicing listening to really difficult topics. So listening to a Black student talking about their experiences. So a lot of students felt that they didn't have the tools to know how to listen and be supportive. So it was a space where they could practice that skill, practice that listening skill. And the role of the observer was to observe those dynamics and afterwards report back to the listener and the talker what they observed. So, for example, they might say, "Oh, I observed that when you spoke about a difficult topic, you sort of, you retreated into yourself. A lot of people will, say sorry for talking about difficult topics. I'm sorry for talking about this. I know it's really tough." They'd apologize for talking about their experiences. And the observer would say, "I notice you do that. Do you know where this comes from?" They would be encouraged to basically delve a little bit more into why someone might display certain behaviors while talking or listening to harmful experiences. So then all the groups would come together and they would talk about basically what they spoke about in their small groups. So it'd be a big group discussion around the topic, and there'd be a session on giving each other advice and support based on those topics. So they would then talk to each other about, oh, you mentioned that, you know, this is a difficult experience you've had. I've also had that. This is what I did to help. This is what I did. Or have you tried this? So they would give each other coping strategies. And then at the end, the peer support worker had a list of strategies, a list of ways that a student might be able to support themselves and support others on that specific topic. And again, that content came from research, from myself, and from the peer support workers. So it ended with some signposting. So that was the structure of the peer support intervention. One important thing we did was feedback. So we regularly collected feedback from the people who attended the groups, but also from people who delivered, so from the peer support workers. We used mixed methods, so we used a survey with numbers, but we also collected qualitative feedback. So we asked students to tell us how they felt in the group, what was helpful, what was not helpful, what would they like to see next, and how they used the tools that were provided to them during the group. And the purpose of collecting regular feedback was for two reasons. So we collected feedback to continuously improve the service. We wanted to make sure it was as helpful as possible. But we also collected this information because we then used this to post social media, psychoeducation resources. So based on this feedback, so we would ask students we ask them one question, like what advice would you give to someone on insert particular topic? So if the topic was on eating disorders, we would, in the survey, we would ask, what advice would you give to someone who is in a similar position to you and is struggling with eating disorders, for example? And we then collated that and used that as psychoeducation material online. So we had a social media account that we also engaged Black students in. So that was a way to do some community work, to engage the community in some of these topics, and to try and reduce some stigma about the specific topics impacting Black university students. So what did we find? So we found that Black Students Talk, the peer support program, was effective in improving Black students' self-worth, their self-esteem, and their confidence. They described being able to better talk about and describe complex thoughts and feelings amongst themselves and to others. So they were better able to communicate their distress to university staff. They also described a reduction in feelings of loneliness and an enhancement in their cultural identity and their connection to the university. So they felt that they were better part of the institution. One thing that I found really important myself is that the Black peer support workers, they described an improvement in their skills and knowledge and experience of organization skills, of listening skills, and teaching and presentation skills, all important for their own careers as Black students and eventually as graduates. And all of this to say that they described an increase in social and networking capital. And social and networking capital is important for Black students' success at university and success after university. So there was a short-term and a long-term impact. And finally, something really important to reflect on is what were the barriers and facilitators to peer support intervention. The program is currently being reevaluated. We're currently working on the second phase of the peer support program. And something that I've been reflecting on a lot is what what hinders our success and what helps our success. And I'll just share some of the barriers and facilitators with you now. A big one, and it impacts all of us, is funding and resources. And something important to talk about is having that senior buy-in, from senior management who hold the purse strings. They hold the funding, they hold the prestige, and they hold the power to decide whether or not this program runs. Having key people who are passionate about this work is very important to collaborate with them. Another one is collaborations. So we collaborate with multiple UK-based institutions who provide not just funding, but they also provide time and knowledge and experience. And we share that with each other so that we can share learning. That really enhances the program. Another thing is a mistrust amongst Black university students, a mistrust of anything that is connected to an institution. So we tried really hard to connect with the institution, but also to really stress the students that we were designed for them, by them. So collaborating with Black students every step of the way. They are invited to every meeting and every event that we do. They're the forefront of the work. So making sure that it's Black student led. And another one is continuing to engage in evaluation. Unfortunately, the way the world runs is you need proof, you need evidence, right? And normally it's quantitative data evidence. So constantly making sure that we are collecting the evidence to prove that this works, and to also identify some of the barriers so that we can make sure that it works, so that we can make improvements. These are some of the things that we felt are key to the success of the program. And that's all I have to say for now around Black Students Talk, but happy to engage with anyone on LinkedIn if anyone has any further questions or thoughts around the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It's a great job. I'm very curious to read more about your work now. Because the time I will pass to the other participant, but I hope that we have time to questions for. Now I will invite to speak Professor Eduardo Sodré de Souza, professor at the Faculty of Nursing at the State University of Campinas, Unicamp. He has a degree in nursing from Integrated College of Jaú, a master's degree in science from USP Schools of Public Health, and a PhD in science from Unifesp Federal University of São Paulo. He coordinates the project Cuidado com Objetivo Mútuo, ou Mutual Purpose Care, a peer support program to promote the mental health of Black students, Black university students. So.
Bom dia a todos e todas. Eu vou me valer desse privilégio e dessa alternativa que foi me dada para falar em português na minha casa.
Good morning to you all. I will use
o tema que é o tema de saúde mental para estudantes universitários negros e negras, né?
Own house, so I will use the simultaneous
das
translation.
lacunas, né, que muitas vezes resultam em saúde mental. Então eu vou dizer que eu vou usar
out the gaps that many we see in the theme of mental health. So that's why I'm going to speak Portuguese as a possibility. I want to thank the opportunity to have the opportunity to speak to you here today, and I will
encontro, né, esse evento. Bom, eu quero iniciar minha apresentação fazendo uma
brief
descrição.
and
Provavelmente
important
as pessoas estão aí
initiative.
no YouTube. Então, eu sou um homem
So,
de pele
see,
clara, cabelos curtos,
maybe
castanhos escuros.
on
Estou
YouTube,
usando um
I want to
óculos
describe myself.
arredondado de cor caramelo e uma camisa azul.
My black
Ao
glasses,
fundo, uma
my
parede branca.
have a rounded
Eduardo
glass,
Souza,
caramel
fevereiro,
color, and a
sou
blue
professor
shirt.
na
And my
Universidade
backdrop is a white
na Faculdade de Enfermagem
wall.
na área de
I
saúde
am
mental.
Beto André de Souza. I'm a
Compartilho aqui
nurse.
com vocês
I
um
work
programa que estamos
in the
desenvolvendo
mental
na
health
Faculdade de
field
Enfermagem, na
in the
Unicamp, de modo
University
geral.
of Campinas.
Eu acho
I'm
que
going to share with you a program that
modo
we are
geral,
developing
a
in the
universidade
University
tem
of São
acolhido esse projeto,
Paulo.
que ele é financiado
The
pela
university
chamada
who have been
Avançados 2023,
welcoming this
e também
program
pelo
that's
auxílio início
funded
de carreira,
by the
importante dizer que
so-called
estou
Universal 2023, as well as by the beginning of career support.
uma trajetória que motiva toda essa construção,
So I work
eu fui percebendo
over
essa
2 decades in the university, and through this year, I have been realizing
o que configura aí uma mudança que
university
provoca,
of black students with shape a change, a modification.
uma provocação em relação às estruturas.
So here comes a provocation in regards to
Então
the
aqui não é novidade para
structures
ninguém,
and
né?
the way
Tem
they are
sobre
built.
saúde mental.
It's no newty
todos e
that
todas devem saber
the
que
mental
saúde
health
mental é
in the
problema
world,
sério, né? A gente
in the world, there is a
temos aí
report that speaks about mental health being a
que é de
huge
bilhão de
problem
pessoas
in
com
terms
algum
of
tipo de
numbers.
transtorno, né?
We have
Então,
1
por conta desse
billion
processo,
people
em seu
with
gênero,
some sort of disorder.
pessoa hoje.
1 million.
O Brasil ele se destaca em relação a esses
So
números,
Brazil also
mas eu
has
queria chamar
very
atenção
high
aqui para
numbers.
estudos que não são
And I want to call your attention for studies from 2017 from Sarratino, who is a reference in the mental health. He calls our attention to these structural problems, poverty, inequality, and mental health and its relationship. And this more recently has been acknowledged by the World Health Organization, by the United Nations, and studies conducted in the field of economics related to health show that access to income or the distribution of wealth impact a great deal the mental health issue, above all regarding the prevalence of disorders, mental disorders and distribution. All this to say that the situation also is reflected in the universities. We see that the prevalence and distribution of mental disorders equal or are even higher in comparison to society as a whole. Evidence shows that shows this data. And I want to call your attention for a review that was conducted that influenced the construction of our project in a theoretically supporting our project. This review shows not only the complexity of the situation of mental health in the university, but also shows possibilities of answer that subsidize university governance in regards to mental health care. So this review, in addition to being very broad and universal, it is not focusing on priorities aspects such as the structural institutional racism. So when we face data of mental health in the universities and in the world, the structural and institutional racism are a very important determinant that has broadened aggressively the rates of sickening and attempts of suicide in this population. So black people or non-white people, according to the geographic location, it has a higher incidence of mental health disorders. In this way, the program that which was also influenced by the studies of Nichols Stonzi, as well as studies developed by Ribeira, which is coordinated by Professor Alessandro. This project has been co-created since 2024. We are still creating our visual identity, showing here on the screen, which refer to this ancestral lineage, which students have been claiming. So both cases, Nicole Stahl as well as Professor Alessandro, they claim the complexity which is to act in the mental health area, above all for Black students, especially regarding intersectional aspects of race, color, sex, and income. A problem that's a priority in the university gets potentialized. So trans Black women from a peripheral district has higher risks, higher rates of developing mental health disorder. So among this set of recommendations given by the studies, as well as by the World Health Organization, in order to take action for, above all, to this objective 2, which is to provide the integration of services, as well as to reflecting on the key principles of the right-hand side, empowering people at risk as well. So we reflect on the study conducted at Unicamp, a researcher from the economy field. She says that the distribution of income, above all due to the program of universal income provided in Brazil, the Bolsa Família program, a program that focused on Black students regarding mental health. First of all, we must not focus on a biomedical clinic, but focus on how to distribute resources in order to reflect on a logic of retention. So theoretical input shows that poverty and mental health has an intersectional relationship. So we must then reflect on an idea of a mental health program that is integral, a holistic program which operates reflecting on the different fronts of action. In this sense, the program has, from this perspective of making together, therefore co-creating is a method we chose. So the idea of doing together and the acronym of care and mutual goal, reflecting based on the guidelines of Professor Alessandro and Professor Nichols Stahl, which states the importance of thinking of support, social support programs, considering different actors and actresses, not only those inside the university, researchers, professionals, professors, even the parents, but including the family, because in the case of the Black population, we have been noticing the importance of the communities, their communities, territories. And here we have already experiences that help us qualify this process. Well, the program is
Tenho aqui uma coordenadora,
professora Heloísa, qualitative
approach.
With the coordinators is here on the
porque tem feito trabalho bastante importante de
he's also representing the international board, which has been doing a great deal of articulation of developing this program. So the review we have conducted is a review that is a scope review, not a quick review as it was first suggested. So we are then reviewing places in the world that where they are already studying the health of Black populations. The studies are still focused on the clinic, a psychiatric approach, and few and little is addressed. Little approach is given to other areas. So, application of forms, validation. We use the CRK20, which indicates prevalence in 6 areas of health at the University of Campinas, Unicamp. In addition, we are working with art, as Professor Nikazi has already stated, and we have also influenced by our 2 decades of work with groups of photo voice, which I really appreciated when they spoke about photo imaging groups. So we are now at this moment of conclusion, concluding this qualitative data. The quantitative has already also been collected, and the set of data that's been collected at stage 1 and 2. Now we are beginning the stage 3. The stage 3 is for building a program, a peer support program, which is based on the approach of peer support approach, but which also includes a perspective that the students have been spoken a lot about, which is the logic of aquilombamento, because peer support is a Western construction. On the other hand, aquilombamento from the quilombos, which is the group grouping, but the quilombos from the Black experience. So the need to institutionalize and remunerate this work, as Nicholas has said, is very important, because otherwise it becomes an overload, and which results in, again, mental problems. So acknowledging, rewarding is very important. Here we address wounds, and the acknowledgement is very important. So based on this data, we are then building this program, which has the intention to be a peer support program, and in stage 5 and 4, which is for next year, which is a pilot study for a feasibility study and a pilot program thinking about its efficiency. So now let me share some data with you. Here we identified that throughout the courses where the survey has been conducted, there is over half of the classrooms that are undergoing risks of suffering. So a very high rate, over 50%. The course that has less risks of mental disorders is the physical education course. For its very nature, it's a course that's not directly related to illness and death, such as the other courses that has a higher contact with death and suffering. So even though all the courses listed are related to the health field, like pharmacy, phonology, nursing, with very high numbers, like 83% of psychic suffering and 78% in nursing.
Importante, né? Esse dado ainda está sendo
Important data,
mas a gente já pode
which is still under analysis, but here we can already see that race issues increase in almost 1 point the risk of incurring in psychic suffering, like Black people, and also being a male gender, it's a protection factor. So here we are approaching race, gender, and sexual orientation listed here, related to the courses. So therefore, it's important to have an intersectional approach and not fragmented and homogenized, because when we intersection it with the class factor, especially those that have support for retention, support. Professor Flavia is supporting this survey, and she had challenges to reflect on this data. So when we see those that receive grants for remaining in the university, we see a direct relationship. So currently, based on this data, I also want to invite you for us to further dialogue about this, since there are many experiences here that can add value to our project. So here on the picture, you can see a workshop that's been conducted with many areas of the university. Professor Alessandro was there, Professor Nikazi Stone was there. We have boards of human rights. We had the board of student retention. We have the general management board. We have student representatives, researchers, collective, a set of very diverse. It's a very diverse group, meaning a collective representation. And I want to highlight in the building of this workshop and the whole project, to highlight the presence of the Executive Board of Human Rights, coordinated by Professor Lisbeth, and the CADER, which is an accessory commission for ethical, racial, and gender issues, and the SAEC, which was a service created for receiving and forwarding racism denunciations. Denunciations. I want to highlight the importance of building with and to Black people. So here we have these 3 Black women in this important position, adds quality to the work. Now I want to give the floor to Professor Dr. Tanya. She coordinates the service, and she has been a partner in the process. And I want to say that this history has not started now. She's going to tell us the story.
Good morning. I'd like to thank you for the last-minute invite to speak at this table. But it's important because we're coming from a tradition of assistance. We're a public university, the younger cousin of USP, Universidade Estadual de Campinas, and we come from a tradition of assistance because the university was founded in 1966 in a very small town. Nothing was there, so it was not like São Paulo. So we had to build our network of care inside the university. So that's why we're coming from assistance now to health promotion, because we have services. Well, 1966, the university was founded. Now we have about 38,000 students. And since the 70s, they started seeking treatment at the department. In 1966, the Student Support Service was created. Our service is mostly psychological, not psychiatric. We have psychotherapy, although we have psychiatrists now because of the students demanded that, because they didn't have an app at the city. So in 1987, the Psychological and Psychiatric Student Service was founded. In 1966, the Student Support Service, in understanding that it's not enough to give money, we have to give pedagogical conditions and mental health conditions for the students to thrive in academic environment. In 2003, we gained our own headquarters outside the health area, which was a gain because we were inside the hospital and we wanted to go to the middle of the campus. So, and we integrated more with the student service support. In 2019, the executive board, so it's a net. We're forming a net of care. So 2019, the executive board for human rights was created, and we have a commission for Black students. We have a commission for indigenous students because we have an indigenous people entrance exam. We have about 400 indigenous students that come from the north of the region most. So that's a big challenge for us. In 2019, the Chamber of Mediation and Collaborative Actions was created with a reception space in each of our organs. So we have people that are trained by us, but they are not mental health professionals. They just stay there to listen to the people in suffering and then see if they have really to go to a support service or not. In 2023, the Executive Board for Student Support and Permanence was created because we were also inside the Pró-Reitoria de Graduação, the graduation, but we just wanted to move out because 40% of what we attend is graduate students. And this is all our structure. We have about now 68 people working for student permanence and support. And just to see numbers, it's small, but what we have to say is that 19% of the budget of our university is dedicated to student support and permanence. So among the staff remuneration and all the grants and all the traineeships, and if you want to see these numbers, I can share with them. It's just to say that now we are pairing with Eduardo and with other mentorship programs so we can get capillarity, because I was surprised about what Nicasio said, and they have barriers to seek institutional programs, even if the students are Black. So that surprised me. So we have to break this barrier. So now we are trying to work in partnership with these programs, so in order to break this barrier. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution and your very great work. And now I will invite for speech Professor Carlos Vinicius Gomes Melo. He's a visiting professor at the Federal University of Bahia and an accredited professor in postgraduate program in social psychology at the Institute of Psychology at USP. He holds a PhD in social psychology from USP and a master's degree in social psychology from UFBA. He's the founder of EduelTech, a deep tech startup dedicated to research, development, and innovation in mental health of university students. So, let's go.
Hi. I will speak in English, right? I think that is a good opportunity to develop the skills and in the front of the challenges, academic challenges, and the achievement challenge, right? And I think that's the safe zone without judgment to approach this, right? So good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you, all of you. I would like to greet my partners of this panel. My name is Carlos Vinicius. I'm the founder of the EduelTech that's born within the innovation ecosystem of USP. That is dedicated to research and technological development in psychology and academic management, right? And today I will take about this enterprise that is an idea from my experience in both basic and applied research in psychology. And we want to be, as EduelTech, and technological innovation
with social impact in the field of scientific entrepreneurship, right? So, oh, I have the control. Okay. Okay, passou. Ah. As mentioned, I'm the founder of EduTech, but also I'm visiting professor at UFBA as a collaborator with the University Community Extension Project that the professor Cássia mentioned, the mãos dadas or hand in hand or joined in hand, right? And I'm also a professor in the graduate program in social psychology here in the Institute of Psychology. And this week with Professor Alessandro, we are administrating the discipline that we have the inviter, as invited the Professor Chris Bronson, right? And I'm researching also at the Otávio Frias Filho Chair of Students on Communication, Democracy and Diversity at Institute for Advanced Studies that here where we are. And today I will share a bit of this company based on science and technology, right? The mental health of university students is a growing problem in Brazil and around the world. The academic, social, and personal challenge faced has seriously affected the students' well-being and often led them to drop out of the academic trajectory. This is not just about individual suffering, right? It's a collective scenario that demands structured, strategic, and innovative responses. At the university, at the Federal University of Bahia, one psychological research studied over 7,000 students and revealed that 70% showed symptoms of common mental disorder. Well, it's alarming, right? With high prevalence of depression, anxiety, and stress, right? At the USP, the research that we conduct within the research group of psychology and ethnic racial relation, and also revealed that revealed this kind of data. And in 2020, during the pandemic context, 44% of students reported having received unless one medical diagnosis of a mental disorder, right? And in 2023, the second wave of this collecta, in the post-pandemic context. Oh, sorry. Oh, here. Não tenho a mira, não. Oh. In 2020, 44 is the, yeah, 42.8, right? 44. And 2023, 48. And it shows it's the same prevalence, anxiety, depression. It shows not only the prevalence of psychological suffering, but it is worse over the years, right? And this scenario is not different in international university. For example, UT, University of Texas, the data on psychological distress and suicidal suicidal ideation, right, have been driving population-based model for prevention and care, but we can see the same prevalence, anxiety, stress, and depression. And so, and the experience that we had at UT last year in a short time interchange inspire us to think in terms of institutional solutions for prevention, right? Okay, is that right? Yeah. Moreover, these forms of suffering cannot be separated from the cultural and symbolic violence, right? Data from PIP showed that 40% of the USP community reported that had some experience of moral harassment, bullying, or hostile behavior. The persistences of prejudice discrimination also affect students' well-being, their sense of belonging, and the university environment, right? So these scenarios demand some actions, right? Between 2019 to 2024, I carried out my first postdoctoral research at the Institute of Psychology at USP with the Professor Alessandro as advisor, focusing on the students' subjective well-being and focus on racial relation, right? In these 5 years of this study, we identified the limitations of institutional orientation policy that here at the university, because we did a study case at USP, but we also showed how the student collectives and specifically black student collectives, right, the black organization of the students have been sources of social support belonging in the university for the black students, right? During this time, we also had a short-term academic exchange that I mentioned with the UT Austin, with the Professor Chris Bronson, which clearly demonstrate the importance of the university infrastructure, the architecture of the university to support academic quality of life. And, oh no, in the same slide. In 2024, I began my second postdoctoral research at the Institute of Energy and Environment as the only psychologist in the technical team, the technical group for the master plan of USP, of the USP's campus. Especially within the working group focused on community safety and belonging. This interdisciplinary team composed as architecture, urban planner, geographer, and me as psychologist, we were responsible to conducting applied participatory research with the university community on the campus environment, territory, and infrastructure. This experience gave me idea that the territory and the infrastructure are matter for mental health and academic quality of life. So the trajectory of Dualtech burn through this history. So combining research and in basic and applied psychology research, right? In the focus on interdisciplinary perspective. So the Dualtech is a science and technology based startup that is incubated in the Innovation Center of the Nuclear and Energy Research Institute here in IPEN, in the City University, as part of DNA USP program, DNA USP. We are developing a service platform to assessment, monitoring, and prediction of students' mental health, considering the psychology, psychometric, AI, big data, and socio-cartography, socio-environmental cartography. our focus is prevention, promotion, protection, reduction, the dropout, enhance the performance, the students' performance, expand the support network, and help the academic managements in decision making through evidence-based psychology. So this is our focus, right? Here we have the governance principles and some recognizes, but I will pass. The Udotech is powered by a diverse team, right? In the core of the team, we also have the Lincoln that's here. Our health management, Pamela, that is watching us, our psychologist, Marilia, that is our data science. In addition, we also have a team of collaborators, Darley, that's here, Wilson, mathematician, Liz Agnes, that is a communication specialist, and Rafael, the health service manager and data science too, right? We also waiting the results of undergraduate research and technological innovation scholarships connected to the master plan of the Institute of Psychology at USP. We have the Matheus Medina, Margé e o Alan. And we have already secured our first funding at the CNPq grant, and we also have the partial approval under the program of Embrap and Sebrae, currently in the final negotiation stage. In the end of this presentation, in the national partnership, we have the University of São Paulo through the innovation ecosystem as the IEA-USP, the Institute of Psychology, the Institute of Energy and Environment, the Institute of Advanced Studies by the Otávio Frias Filho Chair. We are also in process Federal University of Bahia through the Technical Cooperation Agreement for the proof of concept for our technology, right? We will use the Federal University of Bahia as the lead laboratory for improve our technology, right? We also in the process of building international collaboration through networking, starting with the CMHC, with the Professor Chris Bronson, in action within the Cooperation Latin America, Caribbean, and Europe connection. We are working on establishing the partnership to develop international research platform with Brazilian, Spanish, and German universities and research center, right? These partnerships, we aim to build a solution that not only responds to the local needs, but also benefits from the global and multidisciplinarity perspectives, right? And multicultural perspectives. So our commitment is to develop solutions for the management of mental health in education, offering approaches grounded in scientific evidences and technical innovation. So you can find our LinkedIn through this QR code, and also find our website, Instagram, and email here too, right? And welcome to the students that is joined in our discipline this week. We started today, so welcome, and we will soon we will stay together for all of this week. Okay.
That's it. Thank you, everyone, to participate. And I'm very happy to stay here moderating this panel with a lot of expertise and perspective of this STEM. And I will pass to Professor Alessandro.
All right, thank you. And I would like to inform the honor presence of Professor Laís from Institute of Psychology, Professor Heloísa from the Faculty of Nursing and by Unicamp. Thank you to stay with her. And Professor Ana Germani from the Faculty of Medicine School at USP. And we will be back when 1:30 p.m. for two conference. Yeah, the most one of the most important part of our international symposium, because everything is important for us. And so we invite you to be back and stay with us during the afternoon. And thank you so much for this amazing morning. Você quer o microfone?
Isso, sim, é porque eu não sei se eu vou conseguir estar aqui, apesar de morar aqui no portão 3 da USP. Eu tenho algumas coisas. Eu sempre trabalhei em unidade básica de saúde, aqui na unidade básica aqui.
I've always worked at basic units of the health assistance. I'm Ariadne,
na questão da integralidade.
and I focus on integrality, and as a clinical psychologist, I did a specialization degree in psychodynamics and public health at USP.
Vou lançar alguns desafios para vocês, né?
I'm going to launch a few challenges here, your way.
Maravilhoso e que Deus nos deu foi a respiração.
There's a wonderful resource that God offered us, which is breath.
É a respiração.
The first technology ever is breath control. There's a few interventions and technologies in the classroom that we need to recover, and one of these is breath. We need to appreciate these tools and make use of them so that we are able to do health and education. Then, well, please do research at schools so that you have results, that you introduce the breathing, how children's relationship improved, and the qualities of this outputs. Here's a few other questions. There's a colleague who invited me to do interviews for the radio. A person who has engaged with a movement where he had a social control and voice. We ask those students and try to encourage them. And there's a few cases where teachers were athletes and they were not able to follow. We have to understand that they have voice positions so that they are able to exert their roles. Here at the university, there's another challenge, which are the places where they encouraged the in a collective, and that yielded results. For instance, at Augusta Park, we had people who were drug addicts and who started to reconnect with the collectives, with the nature, third principle. I'm just writing down a few observations. The academia, I'm about to finish off. How can academia follow up? Climatic changes, and how can we be co-responsible for all that? I learned a lot in agroecology
esse movimento mais para o sítio.
Because there's a few of us who are focused on this movement, and I came here to learn a little bit more.
Conversando com o professor Paulo, que tem
And
uma
in the
horta
case of
no HC,
gardens,
na psicologia, mandei um e-mail lá.
Paulo who has
Então, assim, gente, recursos.
and in the garden
Nós temos aqui.
is
chamada mesmo.
put on hold, you know, the vegetable garden,
Título, atrás de
because a lot of people who look for you, who wants your FAPESB funding,
como a gente vai fazer.
and we don't know what we're going to do. When we go back to our principles, I think it's wonderful, this teacher who spoke Portuguese, because I think we need to be coherent. I think we have to rescue our traditions.
Então vamos falar em português. Não vou exagerar para a gente falar em Tupi-Guarani.
We can speak English. I won't say that we have to speak in Tupi-Guarani, but we have to defend our country. The ones who start to speak Portuguese here,
não é verdade?
English is secondary.
Muito bem. Então, assim, esses desafios, gente. Então, por eu ter
and these challenges, because
da integralidade do SUS,
I've talked about our public health system. This has to do with welcoming. I'm participating in a working group 3 at the OEDS.
Por isso que eu também vim aqui, porque eu estou na GT3.
That's why I came here. I am in the working group 3 of health and well-being.
É isso que precisa desenvolver mais. Porque fica muito no
we need to develop more, because sometimes we're focusing on theory too much, and people say, well, I have a PhD and this and that, but I would like to see efficient outcomes, because the principle of SUS says that we have to be determinate. Thank you so much. If I took up some of the time, I shouldn't.
In times of extreme phenomena, it is a result of our research sponsored by FAPESP, and I have the pleasure to supervise Professor Pedro Ambra, that is responsible for this conference, and this conference will be moderated by Professor and Research Carlos Vinicius Gomes Melo. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. Boa tarde de novo. As you know, my name is Carlos Vinicius. It's a pleasure again and an honor to moderate this first conference for our event. I would like to start thanking all of you to stay here, the audience at home too, by the YouTube. We now begin the first conference with the title, The Mental Health of University Students in Times of Extreme Events. Our guest speaker is Professor Pedro. Psychoanalysis and psychopathology from the Sorbonne University in Paris. He is professor at the Pontifical Catholic University of São Paulo, PUC São Paulo, and also teaches in a graduate program in social psychology at USP. He is currently doing postdoctoral research at USP with support from FAPESP and CNPq. His research focuses on how academic life is shaped by social experiences, right? So to start our discussion, I would like to ask a simple question. In difficult times, like pandemic, political conflicts, and social inequality, how can we better understand and support the mental health of university students? Come on, Pedro, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. As previously accorded, I will have my conference in English. However, I would like to make my acknowledgements in Portuguese. Vou fazer meus agradecimentos em português.
Please, I'd like to acknowledge in Portuguese. I'd like to start off by thanking the possibility to be here, to conduct this research, which lasted almost 2 years. And Professor Alessandro was this research supervisor.
Esse é o resultado de trabalho coletivo.
And I would like to also let you know that this is the result of collective work done in collaboration. This work was not conducted by myself alone. First of all, I'd like to thank and acknowledge Carlos Vinicius and Cássia, and they are seniors in this name, even though they were not directly in the research, but they had great recommendations, and I would like to thank you both so much. I'd like to thank the person who contributed closely, Danile and Lincoln. They're very distinguished researchers, and the results I'm going to present were co-constructed with them. And lastly, Deborah and Tainara, who were not able to be here today, but they had a fundamental role in revisiting the literature, which helped to keep the theoretical to this research.
The conference, I will start it with a third of this presentation with some questions and theoretical backgrounds. Then I will present the data we've collected and then some highlights, and I hope we have some time for discussion, right? All right. Well, this research was founded by FAPESP, actually a part of them from FAPESP and another part from our Council of Research, CNPq. It was a 2-year research as we call an umbrella project, and my specific project within this project was to bring out a conceptual and theoretical background that I will present to you in a moment. Well, we have some challenges at this very complex frame of mental university in Brazil. We have, first of all, as we have discussed before, the impact of the affirmative actions. So, for instance, when you take the University of São Paulo, it's kind of new, the power and the presence of the affirmative actions, and that makes a shift in a demographic scenario of our students. The university starts to look more demographically close to the society that holds this university. That means we have now more black students, we have more people for low income scenarios, and so on. We have specific challenges in discrimination and prejudice that were already talked here, and I would like to underline for our colleagues from abroad that the experiences of discrimination and prejudice in Brazil sometimes are slightly different from other parts of the world. In a very classic study in the 60s, some people went to Brazil to collect data because they thought we were living in a racial democracy, right? And then slightly our researchers here from Brazil, they said, no, it's not that we don't have racism. Our racism is different. I will talk about a little bit that later. We have also increasingly institutional concerns, as Pripi showed us. It's very important for the university to take this inequality challenges to the table. I'm here at USP and also in PUC, as Carlos Vinicius pointed out. And in the Pontificia University Catholic, we have affirmative actions of teachers that's very very aggressive in the good way, because now we only hire teachers from Black and Indigenous community until we reach a point of 39% of our faculty members. This number came out of the percentage of Black and Indigenous people in the city of São Paulo. So there's another example of these institutional concerns. And of course, as our title would indicate, the extreme phenomena are hitting the whole society and of course the university within it. In those pictures, in that picture from below, you can see our University of South of Brazil, Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul, that suffered huge floods. And some courses were almost a year without classes because of this extreme phenomena. So what we call extreme phenomena include climate changes, but not only climate change. We are including as well COVID. We consider what happened in COVID pandemic also an extreme phenomenon. I would like to underline, in order to begin to present some theoretical challenges of this research, the complexes of we are calling social markers or social markers of difference. Sometimes we use like class, race, gender, capacity, and so on as individualistic approaches, as were already underlined and criticized here. However, our tradition in social psychology in Brazil is very interdisciplinary. So in this research, we would like to make all these complexes and this interdisciplinarity to work with the data we've collected, we've provided from the students of the University of São Paulo. And we also have what we call a conceptual dispersion. What does that mean? That means that papers in Brazil that are on the topic of mental health in university, or even broader sense in social psychology, sometimes they use three different theoretical backgrounds interchangeably. That means those are social markers of difference, social determinants of health, and intersectionality. Maybe you were already heard of those. And sometimes they're very close, but they have slightly differences. Social markers of difference, at least in our context here, it's a theoretical background founded institutionally in our faculty of anthropology here. In the beginning of the 2000s, people from that did researches in racial relations starts to understand they were lacking of gender articulations. So they hired new professors like Heloísa Buarque de Almeida in order to grasp this gap and start to making researchers that articulates at least those two markers, and this theoretical background is called social markers of difference. Even though it's held in anthropology, this category uses very much psychological categories like subjectivity and so on, and as I said, has some Brazilian roots. Intersectionality that you I think already heard of very much, even with that, even out of the academic scenario, has a birth in the civil rights and in the legal sphere, right? The classical Kimberly Crenshaw paper was a paper on legality, on in the field of law. So that's very important, because when you think intersectionality, you think about how can I make a broader sense of law and rights. And from the start, intersectionality has a methodological emphasis in the articulation itself of this that we can call social markers, right? Usually, because of the history of United States civil rights, the key figure of this paradigm is the Black woman. And this category is suffering what we call a nativization of an analytical category. That means that people are starting to talk in the streets about it. So it has good points of it, but has limits as well. Because sometimes that's one of the key things about this research. Sometimes we say intersectionality, but we only add oppressions. It works like an addition of oppressions, and we have some data that maybe complexifies this idea. And the third one is social determinants of health. Right? It's an international nomenclature that's used by the World Health Organization. It has a history, and Brazil was part of this history, from a shift of a comprehension of health from a paradigm that was only focused on biology of the phenomenon from human rights. So that we call a shift from natural history to vulnerability and human rights. It's very close and connected to our university health system. And that's a detail that's very important for us today. The idea of health is connected in that case with a procedural emphasis. What does this mean? That we consider health and disease as a process. You will find in the papers health and health disease process, right? And I would like to I would like to invite you to keep that in mind for these conferences. Well, what are the objectives here of this research? Build convergences between humanities and health, measure the effects of extreme phenomena in university students, provide qualified data on mental health of this population, and of course, make promotion and protection of mental health with a view of prevention of disease, continuing a tradition of our departments of social psychology, for instance, the works of Professor Vera Paia. What were the outcomes of this research? First, we'd like to broaden the scope of the previous research, Vinicius also mentioned, like include not only Black students, but social markers as a whole. The internalization of the researchers and the research group. We like to also make an improvement of theoretical frameworks in social psychology. We also in this research had a preoccupation on the popularization of knowledge. So we had some conference for large publics like Café Filosófico. It's a very important TV show here in Brazil. The training of researchers and of course publications. We have a publication that's on preparation. And of course, you are invited as well to point out some things that I would like to address here, and we have still time to make some corrections if we may. We begin, and this was the work with Tainara and Debra, with an overview of scholar work in Brazil that articulates the COVID, extreme phenomena, mental health in academic, and the social markers. At first, it was a rapid review. We used those databases only of papers published in Portuguese or in Brazil. We came with about 1,500 articles, but we are narrowed them to 27. Only 27 papers that worked with the universitarian population that articulates those extreme phenomena with social markers of difference. And what have we learned from that set of papers? That most of them worked with the perspective of gender, some of them social class, some with gender and age, but we have a very few articles, very few papers that really articulate 3 or more social markers. So even though we speak a lot of intersectionality and so on, our public that doesn't reflect yet in our publication. So it was one of the challenges we had to deal with. So what our study, this was only the warm-up, okay? What our what we do, we make a proposal of a cross-sectional, descriptive, and analytic study. It was only data. There's no qualitative data, only quantitative data. We prepared an online form that was sent to the administrative units of University of São Paulo of this campus, right, of Campus Butantã. Our sample was non-probabilistic, right, and was composed by undergraduate and graduate students. The ages of our sample were between 18 and 65 years, and we also make a pilot study involving 81 students enrolled in other universities. So they have basically the same scope of our sample, however, they were not from USP. So we had an online form that was about 15 minutes to complete, that includes socio-demographic data, pandemic issues and climate emergencies. We used a mental health inventory. There's a 5-item scale that's very rapid, very and easily for the students to fill, and it's very important for our population because usually people, especially young people, they don't have much time to do long surveys, right? So we did this choice considering that as well as a previous lessons learned by the researchers, the research conducted by our group. We had also questions about self-care, appearance, and mental health, and academic experience, prejudice, harassment, bullying, and cancel culture. And we also made a use of a KVR, that's another scale of specific experience of academic adaptation, right? And here, how do we analyze? We is too much people. As Darley analyzed, it was our masters in the numbers. We had to make choices. We have to make choices of grouping categories, because it was a very important lesson that we learned, that people, they want to respond how they are in their own terms. So for instance, gender, we have a large list because people want to feel like I'm a non-binary trans woman and etc. But we have a difficulty because in order to work with statistics, we have to narrow all those very important identifications that people have from themselves. So in this case, we arranged 3 larger groups: gender, that means men and women, including trans women as women, of course. Race, color, and sexuality. By sexuality, we mean the LGBTQ community, right? We had also, in order to grasp a more reliable data, sample matching, because we had, as Professor Ricardo underlined, in USP, still a majority of white students. And because of that, we have more white students responding to that. But for us to have a statistic reliability, we matched those samples. So we have like 15 black students and a random 115 non-black students, right? We use SPSS, and the tests we enrolled were students t-test and ANOVA. Results. We had 469 respondents at this university. We have a predominance of cisgender students. 62.5 identifies himself, herself as non-heterosexual. We will address this matter later. We have almost 69% of white students. That's close to the PREP data. Slightly majority has disadvantage economically. Almost a half was diagnosed with a psychological disorder, and 77 are ongoing generations of students. That means that their parents were university students as well, right? They are second or third generations of people that were in university. Is that okay, people? Are we following? Okay, great. So 65% of our sample believes that the COVID-19 pandemic has had negative effect in their lives, right? From academic experience, almost 40% suffered from some type of prejudice or discrimination at USP or by people from USP. Okay, and almost 32% suffered some type of harassment or intimidation at USP or by people from USP. Right, this is the data from all the students we've collected. 5.7% felt they were already cancelled at the university, and 4.5% suffered some type of physical violence at USP or by people by physical violence, I mean like confrontation, but also rape.
Algum tipo de confronto.
We also make some questions about the excessive use of internet. 78.2% think they use internet excessively, and almost 61% believe that internet interferes with their mental health, interferes negatively, right? Now we are getting warm, literally. Almost 81% think that would like to act more sustainably, right? And 40% believe that climate emergency affects academic performance and sleep quality. And another data that strike us was that almost 90% of USP students of our sample believe that climate emergencies can end human life on Earth. So most of people are studying, are enrolling in these activities, imagine or feeling that the human life can end on Earth because of climate emergencies. And 74.3% are very concerned about those same climate emergencies. Now, some direct questions that we met. I feel I can walk through the spaces of USP without embarrassment or fear. Forget it. So you see that 3 were like the medium. Ah, não, muito. Vamos assim mesmo. When you look to men and women, those first numbers, 0.001 means that is statistically has statistical relevance. Women are much more insecure of walking at the spaces as men. As the following what literature would advise us, that is also true for Black students and LGBTQ community. However, what our study finds is that experience of fear or embarrassment of walking in university is also true for income. So it's not only a thing that is related to the identity, like being a woman and so on. It's also very connected with the income or class, right? MS is the minimum wage, right? Now, I've commented that we use the mental health index, right? This is an index that comes from 0, no mental health, to 100, excellent mental health, let's say. It's a 5-item scale composed by questions of are you feeling anxious in the previous 4 weeks? Are you feeling very sad in the previous 4 weeks, and so on. So from 0 to 100, by international and other Brazilian studies, the mean of what we should consider some kind of average mental health level would be around 65, right? What do you see here? Not very good for us. Okay, the mean of all USP was about 47 points in this scale, and of course, it's very different when you use the articulations of the social markers. For women, it's less. For black people, it's even less. It has a lot of variation also from income and of age. I would like to invite you to take a closer look to the age, because from 18 to 90%, we have a slightly better performance of this mental health index. However, from 20 to 39, we have a very low, that's the main population of our university, and with 40 years or more, they're back again in the track. Remember, that's already a very low index. The same mental health index was articulated with the positive or negative effects of COVID. And of course, for those who felt that COVID had negative impacts of their life, like during the pandemic, like 4 years ago, they still to this date perform worse in mental health. So that indicates that COVID has effect that lingers, right? Same thing with the affection of the impact of COVID in the family income, right? If it affects positively, people perform, or moderately, it performs better or within the mean of students for USP. If acted negatively, drops our index. Climate emergencies interfere with my academic performance, as would expect, or some of us would expect. The climate emergency doesn't affect all the students in the same way, even though we are in the same sun, in the same temperature, facing the same floods. If we analyze that by the light of the social markers, we have different approaches, as we would expect. Women, Black studies, and LGBTQ community felt more those climate events. Now, when we intersect mental health with race and sexuality, as the literature points out, Black women and Black LGBTQ students perform very, very badly in our mental health index. We also make questions about the quality of sleep, and of course, the first one, it's not statistically significant, but the other two, yes. Like from Black people and the LGBTQ community, they have a worst sleeping experience relation to these climate emergencies. The same is true for the academic performance. Now we start to articulate those social markers, right? If the income is up to one minimal monthly wage, for women we have a very, very low mental health index, like 39. Remember that the average is supposed to be 65. And from men with more than 9 minimal salaries is almost 60, still lower than we would expect. With the same pattern, it's true for when we articulate income and race, right? A Black student with up to one minimal wages has 38, and non-black students with more than 9 minimal salary has 63. And the same pattern we see again with the LGBTQ community. Now, when we cross gender and age, we see that the deepening of that what we call this structure in U, right? Format of U, very young until 18 and 90 years old, and more than 40 years old, they perform slightly better than the people from 20s to 40. And now something, at this point, I think we are seeing some things that we would expect somehow. But now I would like to point out some things that strike us a little bit. One of the highest levels of mental health in our sample was from young black students. So if you are a black student that you have 18 or 90 years, you have one of the best mental health index at University of São Paulo. And that's very important because when you see the age gap just below it, like 20 to 24, those index drops dramatically. So we have from 60 from black students, 60 comes to 39. So you lost in 2 years 20 points. So it's very important for the people that working with academic management know that this is a critical time. This is a critical moment for interventions. With the LGBTQ community is not that impressive as the black community, but from the non-LGBTQ people, so basically straight and cisgender studies, they have also a very high mental health consider our sample, and with more than 40 years old as well. Well, some highlights in order to warm us up for some discussion here. We have at the University of São Paulo, at least from this instrument that we have used, a very low MHR index. Comparing with the international levels, we are like 35% below the international records, but we are also below with our pilot study. Because you remember, I said earlier, we enrolled 81 students from other universities with basically the same instrument, and they perform better. So it's not about like all the mental health in the world are going down and etc. That can be true. However, when you compare from people from the same city, usually São Paulo as well, with students of University of São Paulo, we have like 21.7 almost a lower index of mental health. Another important highlight of our sample is that following some things that we were already seeing in our previous research, we have, at least for the students that respond our survey, a majority of LGBTQ people from LGBTQ community. That means that even though they are a majority numerically in our sample, they perform worst in mental health. That follows a path that's already true for other groups that we call it minorized majorities, like women and the black community in Brazil. Like they're a majority, but they perform worse. They have less. They are minorized by social and cultural and health practices. We also find out in this research the importance of the income. We are usually in the last years we have been working a lot with race and gender. They're really important social markers. However, we should underline that the classic ones like age and class or income, as we put it, is very important as well. It's one of the most impactant frames of the mental health university. As I told you, the U shape of structure of age and gender. Gender was a category that shows itself to us very relevant, but specifically when it's articulated with race, with sexuality, and so on, as a category analyzing individual of a. If you only look to gender, they would say not that much for us, right? You have to always look in articulation. Race and color were more expressive than gender, as when we think about mental health, at least. And when we cross sexuality with race and color, we have amplified effects. They're not only additional, but they're amplified effects. And what we saw about the extreme phenomena, we have still to this day negative effects of COVID impacting the mental health of students. So this kind of extreme phenomena, they affect students in a long run, even though our research, the limit of our research is not a longitudinal study. However, it points out that maybe they had lingering effects. Income is a protective factor from the COVID experience, and gender operates, as we could foreseen, as a marker that help us to see that, for example, women or LGBTQ community are more concerned about the climate changes, more concerned about the care of others, right? And of course, climate emergencies, they have effects that comes differently when we think about the social markers of difference. When we get a closer look to the young Black people, as we saw, we have a high MH5 among young Black students, almost 30% higher than the general average. And when we take the Black students that are cisgender and straight, this goes to a 46.2% higher performance in mental health. However, in the next age group from 20 to 25 years old, we see a drop of this same mental health index. We have some hypotheses here, is that Black people are very happy, very enthusiastic when they finally get at the University of São Paulo. However, this comes also with a feeling and sometimes a materiality of responsibility with their families, for example, a feeling of insufficiency, and of course experience of prejudice and discrimination, and a concept that's called racial battle fatigue. That means sometimes Black people, especially in spaces like University of São Paulo, that's very politicized, they come in contact with political expressions of the discrimination and prejudice, and it starts to affect negatively. They are fighting against oppression, but it has this fatigue, this side effect of the same fight. And what we saw in theoretical and methodological advances in this research is that vulnerability is an approach of health that can see, as I told you, that even the groups that are a majority in our country or in our sample, they can suffer from minorizing effects like the LGBTQ community. Income and age, their reconsideration of key markers of key markers that were important until the 80s and the 90s. And intersectionality should be really considered beyond the addition of factors, but in articulations. So when we thought, for example, about the young black people, that articulations produce a result that we will not foreseen it before. We thought, if they're black people, they perform worse in all scenarios. No, that's not true, because race, as other social markers, they don't operate like isolatedly, right? And to conclude, our researcher is defending that all those three categories that I presented earlier, the social markers of difference, intersectionality, and social determinants of health, they maybe find an operative synthesis in the idea of social marking of difference, or social marking of mental health, as you wish. This is a proposal of an interdisciplinary analytical category that integrates social psychology, anthropology, psychoanalysis, and collective health. This idea of social marking has an emphasis on the procedural dimension. So when we look to those young black people, we have to understand what's happening in the procedure of their dropping of their mental health index, not only the marker itself, right? It considers the Brazilian social formation, about the idea that comes from Horaci Nogueira, that idea that races in Brazil operates by a marking, not by a one-drop rule, as in the United States, for example. And also things in terms of person, context, and environment. And they're very important categories of classical social psychology. And the idea that the social marks, they have plural effects. We cannot indicate that a social marker like gender or sexuality will have a unique effect. No, it depends on its procedural and dynamic approach and articulation, right? So that's it. Thank you. Have some time for debating.
Pedro, thank you, and thank you for showing us the multi-level outcomes of the research and how all of this affect the social and emotional challenge for these university students. And so thank you for the powerful data and presentation, right? We have time to questions and an answer. Who want to? We have one here. We can begin for this, right? It's a Professor Doutora Karine Nicolau. She asked in Portuguese. I will read in Portuguese, right? Olá, Pedro. Obrigado pela sua apresentação.
Hello, Pedro. Thank you for your presentation. I'm a psychologist. I teach at the UFMT, the Federal University of Mato Grosso, in the field of collective health, public health, and currently I am a PhD at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. Considering the results presented, in your opinion as a researcher, which would be the actions to promote health that you think are more relevant to be developed in the university? And in regards to the organizational structure, what do you see as key regarding health in the university? I believe that this is the first question. Let's do a block of 3 questions, and in case that we have no more questions, we will pass the floor to Professor.
Okay. Pode ser em português. Não se priva.
Vamos pegar o microfone para quem está ouvindo.
Obrigada, meu nome é Flávia, sou professora de enfermagem na Unifesp.
So I am a teacher of nursing at Unifesp, and I want to clarify something that you took the social markers, intersectionality, and you are proposing social marking. And I am curious, what is going to be the name in Portuguese, this new concept? I think that in English is more different. We can call in Portuguese social marking. In Portuguese is marcação social. So it's a proposal of a category taking into consideration some things the articles that relate to these three markers. So taking a little bit of each one and then reflecting that.
Address that part in English. There's a trans professor and activist called Julia Serrano that she proposed the category of cisgender, like some decades ago, 2 decades ago almost, was the person who underlined that category, cisgender. And she has a very interesting debate of the difference between trace and mark, trait and mark, traço e marca. Trace is a category that someone being tall, being black, being white, being long-haired. It's supposed to be neutral. And the mark is when the same trait is socially considered, right? So for instance, are cropped, those outfits that people, usually women, use. If we see a woman using a cropped, we don't notice, it's a trait. However, nowadays, if you see a man, it's considered by a man using a cropped, you say, well, that's strange, it's marked, right? So Julia Serrano begins this idea of considering the process of marking something. So my idea is to extend this procedural emphasis by the idea of social marking, to work with social markers of difference, and also because intersectionality in itself, in my opinion, I didn't bring that today, has some limits because intersectionality is a theory without a strong notion of subject. They come from a legal background. They don't work specifically with the notion of subject. Even in Kimberly Crenshaw or in Patricia Hill Collins, she's working with suffering, she's working with social markers. However, she doesn't bring a strong idea of subjectivity. That's different from the framework of social markers of difference that work with Annie McClintock, Avtar Bra, Edward Said, researchers from the post-colonial studies. So that's a theoretical specificity. Maybe I should address this in another presentation, but I hope it clarifies a little bit for you. A gente tem da internet. O que você quer? Ela fala e eu respondo as duas.
Pode ser.
Very quick questions about the methodology. What was the response rate from the surveys, and how did you treat that in your sample?
How did we work with those data? We send emails to all administrative units, and because it was a form that was only collected when people finished the responsibilities, almost 100%, because they have to enroll all the questions in order to consider it. However, one person haven't accepted the terms, so it was taken out. We had almost 460 responses, but one person was not considered in the sample because she was not she didn't sign for the TCLT. I don't think we have this data because we have a multiple approach. We send the emails, we used our social media and so on, so we don't have those data specifically, and also because it is a research that actually founded only one scholarship that was mine, one FAPESP, and the others were very was a helpful hands of our colleague teams, but maybe it's a first draw of a larger and 100% or institutional initiative. Yes, about this. This is the million-dollar question, right? She's asking how would be the actions promoters of mental health that I would consider more relevant to be developed in the university. And as you noticed, I come from a very theoretical background, right? I'm starting to take a small dive into this university management now, but as a result, not only of this research, but the research of our group, some things starting to highlight. The first one, as you may be already aware, is that the consideration of the age gap. So I think we have to make very strong actions in order to prevent this drop of mental health that starts to happen when people come to the university, because we don't have the power data to make this assumption. However, this might indicate that the experience of being at this university helps to experience a drop in mental health. But the first action or first line of action is to prevent the, how can I say this, to make the good experiences that people come to the university that linger a little longer between the years, within the years that people stayed at this university. This is one thing that I think is very important. The second thing is to start to consider it, what are the minorities that we have here, because we are still used to treat LGBTQ community as a minority. Maybe if we did further studies with probabilistic sample, we will see that at this university it's not the case. So how do you promote a agenda that consider that these people are a majority? What does that mean? I think it's a shift from a perspective. However, this study is exploratory. We didn't make a lot of questions about what should we do. However, I would underline something that we didn't bring it here, but the Black women were the group with one of the highest rates of a feeling of belonging to the university. So they let's say they like the university a little bit better than the other groups. So it's important to consider that as well, because maybe it's a gap for including these groups in a building of public policies in university. But beyond the data we collected, our research group has also two important previous researches from Tami and Karin that state the importance of sports for people be more connected with the university, and of course improve their mental health within their physical health. The importance of the collective students. I think that one that we didn't address very directly, it's very important for PRIP, for instance, is that consider that the academic centers, the atleticas, and so on, they are powerful tools to be in the contact with the community, of course, but also to promote mental health. They're not like only student organized. They are part of branch of capillarization, the possibility of capillarization of some of these politics. So I think it's a challenge how to compose with these groups without, let's say, colonizing those groups. I think it's a challenge that we have to face. How to I think someone addresses, for instance, the question of aquilombamento. How it's an example. How do we take these technologies that are being built within our students and promote more space for them to do what they already do? I think it's not my expertise, but I think it's very important. Another point that our research, other researchers of our research group showed that's very important, that usually are not very present when you talk about mental health in university, is the importance of families. The importance of families. If those were one data we collect, we haven't presented, but it's very clear that the people who have family support, they perform better in mental health. If they state that they have no support, or they use friends or social programs, they are all very low compared to those who have family support. So it's very important, and maybe, for example, in the weeks of incoming students, of new students, maybe we should think about one space to bring in the families also to that conversation. I think it will help us to give some clues. But I think her name is Karine. I thank you very much, Karine, for your question. But I think I cannot, as an individual, give this response, because the response, when it's stated only by one person, usually is not a good response. The response we have to build communitively. And so I also would like to know what Karina thinks of that, what kind of ideas she has.
Would anyone else like to ask a question? Anyone else? Because this way we'll end this discussion to start a new one. Good afternoon. I'm Tassila, professor at UNASP in Bauri, and I teach at the visual arts there. And I work on the interface between health and art. And here's a question I'd like to ask about your experience related to art and health. Because we know there's a lot of things recommended by the literature, because it's not only about the benefit, but we have an operational hard time in our daily practice. Because in Brazil, there's a art evaluation. When fighting for a place in the academic life, do you have any research in this aspect? No, there isn't. It's a limiting factor in our research. I also taught at Instituto, so it's really nice to have you here. I can look at those data later and tell you better, because of course that we try to share these data the most organized possible way, because the answers were not actually organized, because many of the respondents would fill out with their own words, and it was difficult. It was a field which was self-care practices. For example, in the case of dance, we have that as one of the options, and in that form, they would see some of these things, related to art. Well, we always talk about the positive aspects, but those fields show some negative aspects and some limiting factors of our studies and proposals. And then there was like an open-ended question and they could write their thoughts about it. And I remember there was this student who wrote something like, well, I saw lots of questions about gender sexuality and didn't see any questions about Jesus, which is something really important for me. So it's the researcher's bias, the social marker, religion. We had a question about religion using the IBGE census category, but it was not as explored as it should have been. But 70% of our sample, which do not correspond to Brazil or even the USP community, were declared with no relation, but for 25 people, it's still something important. But we added dance, but arts in general is something that was not directly asked. But certainly, I include art in some of these alternatives that we could introduce to Karine. Thank you, Pedro. Do you have any final comments? Well, we can wrap up this with final comments, but before that, I'd like to thank everybody who made present because this conference and the following conference. Do you have a question to ask?
Thank you. Your reflection about one specific point. We are working together, I think it's in 2 years, 1.5, and our group is a majority Black group of students, research, and professors. Could you share with us what do you think that you learn during this period? In terms, there are some difference in a Black group of research, could you share for us your experience like a white research that belong for a Black research group? Thank you.
Yes. First thing, as a white student, I will say that people hear me more. They take things I say consider differently. The other thing that I learned is that even though we are in a group that's socially marked, sometimes without our consciousness, maybe if you don't take action or be aware of some things, maybe we can reproduce things we criticize, like racism and discrimination, even with good intentions, but this can arrive to all of us, right? But I also learned a lot in terms of collective work. For example, in our partial report that's supposed to be in my responsibility, all the members of group helped us. It was very good for me to learn. I came from experience that's very common in human sciences here at the University of São Paulo that has French roots of individual research. So, for example, my master and my PhD, I learned books, write all by myself, and then publish it. Of course, sometimes we didn't see that those debates were also collective. However, in our group, I think one thing is very important to me is that, as I said, all those data they were worked collectively. I think that has some to do with the kind of research group, more like, let's say, positivistic. However, I think it's also part of a culture connected to Black experience that need this support of being together more than in my experience that I think that I can do all by myself, but it's evidently not true. So I would like to, in my final words, underline once again that all this data, all of this production is collective. Of course, the problems of the limits, I take responsibility for them, but the credit from all my colleagues. Thank you.
One more time, thank you, Pedro. Thank you all of you that is in this audience. This conference and the next with Professor Alessandro, Professor Chris Bronson, take a part of the discipline that we are administrating this week. So this afternoon we starting this discipline, right? These disciplines, since tomorrow will be in the Instituto of Psychology in the 28 room, the room 28, sala 28, ok? Então, só repetindo, né?
Pela atenção dos todos. Thank you so much for your attention.
Essa conferência, nós fazem
And this conference is part of the class that you're teaching at the course of psychology, and this course will happen in room 28 at the building of the Institute of Psychology. It's actually 29, not 28. Thank you all once again. I'd like to invite Professor Alessandro to join the next round trip. Our distinguished guest.
Well, we have some minutes. I think it's important and share something, okay? Using the sponsored by FAPESP in these two grants, the first grant was about limits and possibilities of Black students and to good living in universities, and the second is this more little short research about social markers of difference. But I think it's important to express this. Using these two grants was possible offered 11 scholarship for Black students. Yeah, in different levels. This include master degree, that's including PhD, that's including scientific initiation, technical training, and in postdoctoral level. Yeah, and I think that was important to share is this idea to work in a collective way is important for us because it is like a peer education professor, right? It's important for us because one can help the other to improve your skills. Yeah, because I would like that you imagine the level of that's required by FAPESP to deliver a scholarship. Yeah, so this is a result of a lot of efforts for everybody that's worked with me, and I would like to say thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I need my glass to present my guest.
You don't have to present me.
No? Okay, you
No.
can present by yourself.
I can, but unless you wanted to, you can.
Yes, I am prepared to do this, but okay, let's go. As you wish.
It's your seminar.
Okay, so this is the first time to Professor Chris Bronson in our university. It's important say that we beginning this connection with University of Texas Austin in 2016 because it was the first time that we call for a proposal together, yeah, and to development research which call Black Women and Violence, the Struggle for Rights in Brazil and United States. And in this occasion, I have the opportunity to work together Professor Kristen Smith. Yeah, Professor Kristen Smith, she is a Brazilianist and she speaks Portuguese very well and was possible apply for this call. And then we developed an interview with Black women in Austin and in São Paulo. Black women in low income, Black women and Black women that are studying in university and transgender Black women. And the interview with academic Black women creating the resource for the next two grants. That is and one of these grants is this social markers of difference. Okay, and in 2022, I think was the first time that we have opportunity to stay together. And in 2024, we received an amazing experience using the sponsored by FAPESP. Yeah, was possible bring to US for a University of Texas Austin during 2 weeks 4 Black students, and the most of these Black students is here. Yeah, and there Professor Chris Bronson provide for us on a panoramic situation about the promotion of mental health to college students. So it's an honor that you are with us today. Yeah, to develop this conference, the promotion of mental health and well-being in U.S. college students. Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much. It's my honor to be here with you, and so appreciate so many of you being here today to hear these different presentations, and so much gratitude to all of the presenters before us today. It was so interesting. I almost want to not do my presentation and just talk about all the reactions I've had to the things that you shared all day today, because we are dealing with so many similar things in Brazil and in the United States. And a lot of the data that you presented is similar to data that I have and that our research teams collect. And your approaches to solve those problems are so similar to the things that we're doing. So it's like I did not leave my home, and I'm still here. But I clearly did leave my home. One indication of that is that the wonderful translators that I just want to acknowledge have been so helpful to have the audio today, and they've done such a wonderful job. They're laughing in the back. Maybe they don't get acknowledged very much. Thank you, and thank you. I know it's challenging to the information is challenging enough in your native language for you all to be engaging it today in English. I know you said was partially for the development of an international conference, but I know part of it was also so that I could understand, and for that I have a lot of appreciation. I have attempted myself. No? Point there? Oh, maybe the other one. Yeah. I have attempted myself to also learn some Portuguese. I am at level 9 out of 80. So I think that is like maybe a 3-year-old child. So I can ask for coffee, and I can say that it's nice to meet you, and that's about it. Yes, no, good day. So, oi, bom dia, the D, the J, the bom dia, yeah. So anyway, so I can, as we talk, you can ask me questions in Portuguese, but they have to be about whether my daughter is nice or if I have, want tea or coffee. And then the change. Okay. So, and some other things I want to say too before I start. First of all, I want to explain a little bit about what my job is and equate it to some of the roles from people that you've heard from today. So in the United States, the titles are a little bit different. My title, I'm an associate vice president for health and well-being. And I think that's very similar to the roles here of Provost Cassia and Provost Ricardo in terms of inclusion and well-being. But in the United States, typically the roles related to diversity and inclusion are different roles from the people who are doing the things related to the healthcare and the well-being for students. And so we have had at our university individuals who did some of the things related to the diversity and inclusion. But there have also been many changes in universities in recent days, and some of those initiatives related to diversity are changing and going away. So that's a difference, and a difference in the titles that I wanted to explain. Another thing that I wanted to explain was the context of my institution compared to the University of Sao Paulo. My institution, the University of Texas at Austin, has about 50,000 students, so many fewer than the University of Sao Paulo. And then I also work within the University of Texas system, and I oversee in a different role many health and well-being initiatives for the entire UT system, which is 250,000 students at different institutions, all called the University of Texas, but like the University of Texas in San Antonio, the University of Texas in Dallas, the University of Texas medical branch. So there's health institutions and medical schools, et cetera. There's 14 different institutions. So that's another part of my role. And then I'm a clinical professor in psychology and have a graduate student research team and undergraduates, and many of them help me put together these slides. As a matter of fact, one of my students helped me do the translations. So if they're right, it's because of my good leadership. And if they're wrong, it's her fault. Okay, just a joke. And then the last thing I want to say before I start into my slides is just again to express appreciation to you, Professor Alessandro, such a wonderful host. And when we had the opportunity to host Carlos, Professor Carlos, Provost Cassia, Dannerly, it was such an honor to have you, and then really appreciate the Institute for putting this on today. Oh, then let me say just a couple things. So what I do, so very different from Brazil, because in the United States, our healthcare is not a national healthcare. There is no national healthcare system. We provide medical and mental health services for students on the campus. And that is the areas that I run. So I oversee a medical clinic, University Health Services, 16 physicians, gynecology, urgent care, x-ray, labs, radiology, a whole range of medical services, all for students and only for students. Counseling and mental health centers, so we have about 65 psychologists, mental health professionals, 4 psychiatrists, 12 to 15 trainees, doctoral level or master's level trainees. So we have a very large healthcare system to take care of the 52,000 students. and the likes of which they are unlikely to see when they graduate. They will not get as good care. They get much better care on campus while they're students with us. I also oversee recreational sports, so these are the gyms, the athletic facilities, the teams, not the football team, our American football, but the things that the regular students play. The Longhorn Wellness Center, which is so we're the Longhorns. That's our mascot. Yeah. The Longhorns. And so the Longhorn Wellness Center is where we do prevention and education on different health topics for students. That's really our population-based approach to prevention. And then I also oversee disability and access, so providing accommodations for students who have disabilities. And then I am the director of our National Research Consortium of Counseling Centers in Higher Education. This is a research effort that was started in the 1990s at the university. Before that time, there was no research on the college student experience related to mental health in the United States. And then at the university, my predecessor, Dr. David Drum and Dr. Gus Barone, started this National Research Consortium. So we bring together universities, sometimes 70 different universities, to do research that we coordinate together at the university on college students. So I'm presenting today on college mental health and some of the interventions that we do and some of the prevention that we do at the university. On tomorrow, I'll be talking more specifically in the, what do we call this? What is this called? That we're doing tomorrow in room 29? The discipline, thank you. The discipline, be talking more about suicide in college students, both the prevalence and the prevention of suicide. And then on Wednesday, be talking about my latest research, which is on trying to make a change in the mental health care system in the United States to help meet the growing demand for students, for services. Okay, so today I'm going to first talk about the increasing concerns of college student mental health. And that's similar to some of the things we've heard from some of the previous presenters today. But I want to point out, so this slide has on the left 2019, before the pandemic, on the right 2023. And we do a survey on our college campuses called the National Collegiate Health Assessment. It's given all around the United States, and students take it all across the different colleges and universities. And one of the things we ask students in this survey is their level of psychological distress over the last month. And so students who reported that they were in moderate and then serious psychological distress, those numbers are presented there for you. And what might you notice about the numbers between 2019 and 2023? What do you see? They're going up, right? Yeah, numbers are going up. In 2023, we started including trans and gender non-conforming as a category. That's why I don't have it in 2019. Those questions weren't asked. In 2023, they were. But you can see the high rates in those populations as well. Loneliness. Almost half of our students reporting that they have been lonely in the past month during their university experience. And 2/3 of those for our transgender, gender nonconforming students reporting loneliness. And then the last line is self-harm, doing things to harm yourself, not to try to kill yourself, but to only to harm yourself, cutting, burning. And you can see those rates are on the rise as well since the pandemic, and again, much, much higher amongst our transgender and gender nonconforming students. Now, the name of the mental health center that I run at the university is called CMHC, the Counseling Mental Health Center. So CMHC is the clinic for mental health on my campus. And these are some of the characteristics of the students who come to our clinic, okay? And these are differences over the past 10 years between 2013-14 and 2022-2023. So you can see that there's been some increases in terms of students who've already received counseling, and that's a trend in the United States of certainly individuals receiving counseling at younger and younger ages. Individuals who've taken medications, about the same. Hospitalized for mental health concerns, 7% to 9% is not nothing. 2%, 7? That's probably 25% increase or something. And so that's an indicator of increasing severity for sure. Again, though, you can see in the red letters the large increases of self-harm, of seriously considering a suicide attempt, and actually making a suicidal attempt, increasing by 50% or more over that time period. So we're seeing a very steep increase in terms of the severity of mental health concerns over time. The letters in blue are more about experiences of trauma of some type. Someone had sexual contact without your consent, nearly doubling in terms of the students coming to see us. An 11% increase around harassing or controlling behavior, and then generally a trauma there increasing by 11%. Now, let me make one important distinction. These are not data from the entire UT student population, right? These are students who choose to come into our clinic to receive counseling. So this is not reasonable to say that that's the same as the increases you would find amongst all the students. It's the increases you find among the students who've decided to come and get help at our counseling center. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I'm curious what you might think some of the possible reasons that we may be seeing mental health increasing in college students in the US, and I'm wondering if the increases in severity over time are similar to what some of you have seen in Brazil. Maybe a comment or two. Yeah, quite similar. Yeah. And that's steep as well, the steep increase. I think so. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Please, let's try use the microphone because the internet people, and at this moment we have 100 of person and they are active and then send questions. Okay.
Oh, that's good to know. Now I'm nervous.
No.
I thought it was just you.
So I'm the head of the mental health service at our university. About 38,000 students. Since the pandemic now, we had 5,000 new students seeking treatment.
What, 5,000?
5,000 in 4 years. So if you make it quick, it's almost about two students a day asking for. And we have psychiatrists, 4 psychiatrists and myself, and 11 psychologists. And the severeness of the suffering is also rising. It's not just the numbers. Of course, we have new forms of access. We have the quotas, and now we will have transgender non-conforming quotas too. But the severity is something that impresses us, and I think it has to do with the pandemic.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing this work now for 25 years, and on the first day, I feel like I'm dealing with the same challenges as I am today, which are those increases, as you so perfectly stated, in both the numbers and the severity. And it's led me to my current work, which I'll talk about on Wednesday, in terms of a very different approach to intervening in the mental health care system in the United States, because this is not working. we don't have enough people to supply the service to the individuals that need it in our country, and not by a little, by a lot. We are very short the professionals we need. So this has been the challenge of my career, maybe yours too. Yeah. Well, let me. I don't want to ask you that. Okay. Professor Carlos showed this slide earlier in his presentation, and this is a list of the different reasons why students come into to our counseling center for help. And so the main thing I want to point out to you here, and they're not the same because we got more over the last 10 years. We did better at categorizing the different reasons, so they don't match up exactly. But you'll notice that anxiety related has increased a lot over the last 10 years. Depression is maybe dipped down a little bit. Stress, I don't know what stress means. I think everyone, I'm stressed. Are you stressed? I think we're all stressed. I don't know who these 30% are that are not stressed. They're the ones I'm like, what are you talking about? You know, we all experience stress sometimes. That's very normal, right? So yeah, but in I don't know if it's the same in Brazil, but in the United States, that's what you say all the time. I'm so stressed. I'm stressed out. I'm very stressed. So everything is in the language of stress. So we ask about it, even though we kind of ignore it because we're more interested in things like anxiety and things like depression and whatnot. And I'm not diminishing the importance of stress. I just think that it's a very normative experience. Well, as the numbers would indicate, as is anxiety, right? Now, this is an interesting study. Oh, and actually, you and I were speaking about this just recently, and so I decided to include this in the presentation. So this is a study, not mine, a study that was done by a higher education research institute at the University of California in Los Angeles at UCLA. And they followed students since, I guess, 1987 there, looking at the time that they spent socializing with friends and the time that they spent studying. And it looks like my key did not make it on the slide. So the red line is the hours that students spend studying per week. Okay, so red is for studying, and the orange line is for hanging out with your friends, being with your friends, the number of hours per week. So you can see in 1987 that students were spending a lot of time socializing with their friends, 37 hours a week. I think I gave you different numbers yesterday, but it was from the top of my head. So yeah. And about 17 hours, a week studying. But the progression of those lines is so interesting, right? And over time, the decrease in the number of hours that students spend interacting with their peers, and now it's switched. Now it's about 17 hours that they spend with their friends, and then what's that? Maybe 42 hours or 40 hours a week spent studying. I think it's interesting that the lines cross each other around 2010, and I think in 2010 was when they started doing this stuff, right? So I don't know if that's a coincidence or if there's some science behind that. But you certainly notice that after the lines cross, it's a sharp increase and a sharper decrease in terms of those two numbers. And I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing more anxiety, because I think there's the stress again of studying, but also the lack of social connection and the lack of time with their one-on-one interactions and with groups of friends. Okay, that's what I had to say about the concerns increasing. I want to talk about two levels of intervention that we've been doing, like many of you, that are about some of the clinical services that we provide for students, and then I'll talk some about the prevention efforts that we've been doing. Yeah? All right. How are we doing on time? And what time are we done? At 4, and that includes questions.
Yes, yes, perfect, perfect. No. Okay. Because I'd like to end with 15 minutes for questions and discussion, yeah, which would be very fun. Okay, so some of the basic services that we provide to students on our campus. We have a 24/7 crisis line, so for students who are having a mental health crisis, they can call us any day, any time, and there's a counselor there that's trained to work with them. We also, during the times that our building is open, you can walk in for a crisis and talk to somebody in person rather than just on the telephone. We have a brief assessment and referral team, so when students walk into our counseling center, they immediately talk to a counselor, maybe like for 15 minutes, just to find out what it is that you want, what are you trying to accomplish. They do a little bit of an assessment to see how they are, and that helps them figure out what they need and how quickly they may need an appointment. We do individual counseling, as you might imagine. We do a lot of group counseling. Was talking to Professor Pablo related to groups, and we do about maybe 60 groups per year, ranging from general open process psychotherapy groups, but we also do a lot of specific groups, like a group that supports African American students, groups that support students who are struggling with social anxiety, with depression, groups that may be for transgender identified students. And then we do some skills groups, like how to speak in public, how to meet friends, how to finish your dissertation, and groups like that. So those are very popular with our students. We have psychiatrists, so we do medication management, but I mentioned I also oversee our medical clinic, and we have 16 family care physicians or nurse practitioners, and they do a lot of medication management for our students as well. So the more mild to moderate concerns are taken care of by family medicine, and the more serious concerns are taken care of by our psychiatrist. And then case management, helping to get people connected to the right resources. So I mentioned to you that I do some work for all the 14 institutions in the state of Texas that are University of Texas, so the 250,000 students. One of the things that I do for them is I oversee the crisis line. So each of the different campuses have their own crisis line. And since 2014-15, really 2015-16, because we got started late in 2014-15, we've had 19,000 calls to our crisis line across the state. 11,000 of those have been routine. You know, I'm feeling depressed, I want to talk to somebody. 7,000 have been urgent, which is a little bit more serious, and maybe, you know, having thoughts of suicide. But 539 of them have been emergent. These are calls where literally the person is considering suicide in that very moment. And the counselors that we have on that line have intervened to save hundreds of lives of students in the moment, thinking about hurting themselves or harming themselves, and sometimes in dramatic fashion, even including firearms that were with the student and dispatching the police to intervene in the middle of the phone call, and it's been a truly life-saving operation, and something we're very proud of for as a resource for our students. One of the things I started early in my career was beginning to embed counseling services in different parts of our university. So I started in 2002 by integrating counselors into the medical clinic. So when a student comes in to see the doctor for family medicine because their stomach hurts, they have a headache, they can't sleep, they have other symptoms. Sometimes those are actually things that are more psychological, right, or mental health related. And so having a counselor there in the medical clinic
which is where the student has clearly decided it's a more comfortable place for them to go. If they thought they needed psychological help, they would have come to the counseling center, not to the medical clinic. So by me putting a counselor in the medical clinic, it's more comfortable for that student to receive care in a place where they're comfortable. And then the second place we've embedded services is within the different colleges and schools. You know, you have law and medicine and engineering and biology. So instead of having just all the counselors in the one building where all the counselors are, we've put our counselors out into the schools where the students are taking their classes. So we have one counselor in the law school, one counselor in the school for architecture, one counselor in the school for public policy and for the medical school. And so then when the students are there taking their classes, the professors know the counselor who is the counselor in their college, and they say, come with me. I'm going to introduce you to my colleague that's right here in the same building. I think that you would like to know them, and maybe they can help you with some things that are going on. And those counselors also get to know the culture of that college. Our business students are very different from our fine arts students. And so the counselor who counsels our business school students, she understands the kinds of pressures they're under, which are really different from the kinds of pressures that our fine arts students are under, or our law school students are under. And so they become an expert in some of the issues that those students face. And so over the past 10 years, we've gone from just one of those counselors in academic residence to 20. And they're now all across the university. That's been a very successful program. Oh, that's all the things I just told you. Oh, and that's where they are. And that's just like a map, and the stars are just kind of to show all around the campus where these different counselors are located. Okay. Also, with clinical services, we offer some specialty services for students too. One is specific counselors who specialize in working with students who are survivors of sexual assault or relationship violence. We have counselors who have expertise in treating eating disorders or body image issues. And then, of course, substance use and substance misuse on our campus, which is a big problem. I'm sure that's the same everywhere. Yeah. I guess this is where, como se diz, bragging. Yeah, in Portuguese. I'm bragging. Our students are very happy with our services. So 98% of our students say that they would recommend the counseling to a friend. 97% said they're comfortable talking about aspects of their identity. And overall satisfaction is high too. So we take a lot of pride in the quality of the service that we provide. And then the last thing I wanted to share, I think, related to clinical services is that we're also doing a lot across all the 14 institutions and the 250,000 students with telehealth. So we are providing now online counseling for students where they can use it either for a crisis or for psychiatry or for regular ongoing counseling. And that's available 24/7 on Saturdays and Sundays and in the evenings too. And our clinic is only open Monday through Friday to 8 to 5. So this really expands the kinds of services that students are able to get while they're on our campus. I'm going to skip that because I want to make sure there's time for questions. Oh, this shows since 2009, 2010, the number of students that have come in for services at our counseling center. So remember, there's 50,000 students at the University of Texas at Austin. And so you can see every year it grew by 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, until the pandemic. And of course, there was a dip in the pandemic. The students largely went home and weren't on campus. And then we've been building back since then. But interestingly, it's been building back a little more slowly, considering what we all know of the increases in mental health problems since the pandemic. In some ways, you would have thought it would be even higher than the 7,286 right after the students were back. So we did a little investigation into what was going on and why it was not coming back as fast. And this is interesting. Oh, well, so this shows what we just said. Fall of 2019, people who have ever received mental health services, that increased to 2021. So more people were receiving mental health services, both overall in their whole life or reporting it in the last 12 months. So we know after the pandemic, more people were seeking services, right? That's what that shows. But yet our numbers were lower. So we wanted to know why was that? And this is the answer to that. So we can see between 2019 and 2023, 2019 is in the orange and 2023 in the yellow. We can see that they were coming to the campus counseling center less, right? From 48% down to 39%. Also seeing a community provider. So that's a provider that is in Austin, but not part of the university. So someone in the Austin community. That also decreased even by more, 44% down to 29%. But what increased was they're seeing the provider that's in their hometown. So students that go to UT Austin, they may be from Houston or from Dallas or from San Antonio in Texas, or they may be from New York City or from Los Angeles or from Sao Paulo. And they are seeing more their providers in their hometown. Why do you think that is? Telehealth, yes. You never used to be able to see your hometown provider when you left your hometown to go to college because there wasn't the availability of telehealth. And now that there is, so many of those students were seeing their providers at home, they were able to continue, which is wonderful. They get to stay with the person that they have the relationship with. The other category is interesting, the other. The other is increased by about 3 times. And I don't know if you have this in Brazil, but in the United States, we now have a lot of telehealth companies that are sprouting up and that they are taking a lot of the psychologists in the community, employing them for telehealth companies, charging more money to people, and then remarketing those services for people to pay higher prices for the convenience of doing it in telehealth. And I think more people are taking advantage of that, and that's you've seen then a tripling 3 times from 5% to 15%. So that's where people are seeking help now, and is filling in some of those gaps. Oh, these are just the number of counseling sessions that that students have attended over that same period of time. So of late, we do about 28,000 sessions of psychotherapy for students each year. It's a lot. Our clinicians are very tired. Okay, let me catch up with my notes. I have all these notes and I haven't looked at any of them. I'm just talking. I think that's okay though. Oh, I'm going to keep going. Okay, so let me talk about our prevention. So that was the clinical. So we've talked about how mental health usage has increased, the severity is increasing. We've talked about some of the things that we do on our campus that are unique because we provide a lot of the clinical services for students, which is different from some campuses, but not others in Brazil. And then I want to talk some about the prevention, the campus-wide interventions that we're doing. So the Longhorn Wellness Center, we used to do, prevention used to be people who did prevention like vaccines, HIV prevention, sleep, drug and alcohol misuse. They used to all be associated with our medical clinic. And then people who did suicide prevention, who did mental health promotion, who did eating disorder, and body image work, they would work with the counseling center. And there was no center that dealt with prevention. When I became my role, I took all the prevention people out of the medical center. I took all the prevention people out of the counseling center, and I put them together in their own center, which is the Longhorn Wellness Center. My philosophy is that public health people who are specifically trained in public health need to be working together across all of these different health topics, and not in the clinical spaces. When prevention people work in clinical spaces, the demand, because of the all the people coming in for treatment, then all the clinical people want the prevention people to help them do the clinical things because the demand from students. And then you don't do any prevention work or education work. But you all know that that prevention work we do on our campuses is critical. So I protected them in their own unit so that the clinical people couldn't touch them and steal them. And so that's why I did that. And here's just some of the different programs that we have, and I'm going to talk about a few of them in specific. Let's see here. Let me look real quick what I put in here. So, oh, good, I have that one. Okay, I'm going to go back. Don't worry. Okay, that's where I started. Okay, so I want to talk first about the Center for Students in Recovery. This is a community of students that get together because they are all in sobriety, not using any drugs or alcohol, which is challenging to do on a college campus, right? And so having a community of people who are dedicated to sobriety, who are also in recovery, creates a college experience for those students that supports them, rather than them being with other students in other places at parties and stuff where they're going to be tempted to drink, but they're in long-term recovery and they don't want those influences. And so that's been a small but very important and impactful program that our students can belong to. We heard from our colleague at King's College. We heard from somebody else who was doing a peer programs here. Longhorn Share is a peer program. And so we have our students leading, they're done in groups, so they lead groups around different topics areas, and undergraduate students lead those groups with their peers. It's not clinical. It is just a place for support and for community. And our students really enjoy that a lot and get a lot out of that for support. This is one I want to talk about that I think maybe is a little bit unique. So, you know, we spend a lot of time trying to educate our students about how to deal with stress and how to be more healthy and practice more well-being. And what I'm about to say may be controversial to the professors in the room, so I apologize to the professors in advance, but I think what I'm about to say is true. Sometimes professors can make the lives of students very difficult. They can do things, all sorts of things, in terms of unreasonable assignments. Due dates, I see Jesser smiling. He's a University of Texas student, so he has had a professor or two that fits into these categories. Clearly, Jesser has not taken my course because I am none of these things. But they maybe have the pacing of the curriculum is far too fast. They don't take opportunities in the classroom to allow the students to build community. Maybe they're not flexible with deadlines when a student is ill or struggling or having a mental health concern or just having a problem in a relationship and they had a bad night and they couldn't finish their exam paper, okay? Texas Wellbeing is a program where we have our staff not working with the students, but working with the faculty to teach the faculty how they can embed elements of well-being into the classroom, calling students the names they want to be called, learning their names. Woo, that's a big one. You know, using the preferred gender, you know, for that student, right? All those things that you can do to create a classroom that's a well environment. I start all my classes with the first 5 minutes. I teach everybody just a little self-care tip. Maybe it's a sleep strategy or a way of breathing. Wasn't someone talking about breathing before we broke for lunch? I got the translation right. in all sorts of things. So 16 weeks in the semester, they get 16 little, wellness tips from me in the classes I teach. So those are the things we try to do in Texas Wellbeing. The last one I think I'm going to talk about is the Disability Cultural Center. Similar to the Center for Students in Recovery, this is a center that is for students who identify with any type of disability. This could be a physical disability where they maybe are in a wheelchair or not. It could be neurodivergence, ADHD or autism spectrum. It could be any way that a student might identify. And we hold different activities and events and learning sessions and opportunities to build community and lunch and food. So these students can have a community together with other students who understand the kinds of experiences they've gone through. I had some other things I wanted to share, like that was it, just our recreational sports. I think I told you I oversee the recreational sports as well. And when people think about the recreational sports, they think about the gym, pumping, lifting the weights and, doing the squats and all those things. And that's important for your health and your well-being. But the other thing that recreational sports does that's so important is they have teams and they play. So these teams create community. There's leadership opportunities for students. They go on camping trips together. They go on sports tournaments together. And so it's really an intervention in belonging and an intervention in community, because team sports, bring people together in ways that are really different and unique than other things that we do. And so I see that as being a really important health and well-being intervention as well. Okay, I think that's all I want to say, because look, it says questions and discussion. So any questions or reactions, anything that you might like to add? Oh, yes, of course.
Can I first? Thank you. Okay, just before, I would like to express that today we have a presence among managers and health professionals, professors, research, and students from Federal University of São Paulo, from USP, from ITA, from Unicamp, the State University of Campinas, and from Unesp, another state university with a different campus. Okay?
Wonderful.
Yeah. And I think the first question, and I will just anticipate because this question probably is coming, okay? And please, could you comment for us the political situation of university in US at this moment, because the new administration, and especially for foreign students and the students that want to apply to studies in US universities. Okay, I think it's a question that's
Yes,
important.
I know. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, thank you for asking that. I assume many people are aware of a lot of changes within higher education in the United States right now. And I think that combined with some of the newer immigration policies has been something that institutions of higher education in the United States are paying very close attention to, because of what we call international students, right? Yeah, who would be coming from another country to our country in order to study. I think that there's an interesting shift in demographics right now in the United States around age and different regions of our country. So in the southern part of our country, where I'm from, Texas, California, Florida, we have more people moving to our states than moving out of our states. So we're not as concerned about enrollment and the number of students applying. Last year, we had I think it was 90,000 applicants to the University of Texas, and we admit in our entering class somewhere around 7 or 8,000 new students. And the year before, so it was 90,000 this year, the year before was 70,000. So 20,000 new applicants in 1 year. We're growing. Universities in the north, and especially private universities, are very concerned about enrollment because of changing demographics in their part of the country. And so, and that was before any of the issues related to international travel and immigration and things like that in our country. So now with that, there's a very big concern about international students coming to our universities. We are, I think, across the country seeing that those numbers are decreasing. And so there's that causes many problems. One, at our colleges and universities, I will say for myself, I really like having international students in our campus. They provide, a different perspective, new cultures. I think they learn a lot, and we learn a lot from them, which is a wonderful thing. There's also, not to be, I don't know if this word translates, but crass, I don't know. But there's also a financial part to this, because the international students pay the most money, right? I don't know if that's if it works the same here or not. But if you're but if you're in Texas, for example, and then you go to the University of Texas, you pay much less than a student who comes to the university from New York. And then the student from New York pays less than the student that comes from Brazil. So the international student, it's not just Brazil, any other country. Yeah. And so the international student tends to pay more. The resident pays less. So there's a financial aspect to that as well. So I know on the student side, we've also been hearing from a lot of our international students real worry about coming and not knowing, what might happen from an immigration perspective, and that makes them nervous to either return back to the campus that they've been studying at or to start at a campus to begin with. So we are hearing that. Yeah.
And Laura Passos Santana, using the internet, sent a question for Professor Chris. And if I understand, she asking you about this, where after leave the university, where the students can find mental health service, and if these initiatives we have inside the market of job. She asked what's the male gaps that you see, and I think you little comment about this, the system of mental health, but I think she bring one question about what happened with the students. Okay, they have a network to service to protect inside the university. When these students leave the university, you have some kind of monitoring and to continue collect the data. What's happened? Okay.
So if I understand the question, it's when a student leaves the university, what is their access to the mental health resources? Yeah. Well, it's very different because, like I said, on campus, they have, access to all the things I was just talking about, which is a lot of resources. When they leave, it really depends. In our country, in order to receive, well, I said before, there's not a national healthcare in the United States. So the industry is really to have private insurance. And to have private insurance usually comes through your job. So if you have a full-time job, that typically comes with a ability to either receive for free, which is not very common, or to purchase at a lower rate, which is more common, private health insurance. And then through that private health insurance, you can receive mental health care. If you don't have insurance, there are ways of receiving mental health care, but it's much more difficult. There is a national program called Medicaid, which is for people that are a certain level of poverty, but it's a very, very, very low level of poverty. There's also Medicare, which is for individuals who are elderly, 65 and older, I think. But if you don't have insurance otherwise, it makes it very difficult to receive any kind of mental health care. And it's a problem because a lot of the students who graduate don't always go right into a job that is, full-time offering them health insurance benefits. So that's a challenge. One thing in the law right now that helps is that if their parents have insurance up until the age of 26, they're able to stay on their parents' health insurance. So that buys most students 4 years. You graduate maybe from college when you're 22, 23, and then you have until 26 years old if your parents have health insurance. There is also now an ability to buy health insurance without a job through a health insurance exchange, which was part of the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, and that is able for purchase as well. But on my campus, the services for students for mental health are free, so they don't pay anything. So it's just very different. It's much more difficult to access and much more expensive.
Okay, so after this session, we have I think it's more or less 30 minutes, and to creating a forum of recommendation and suggest in terms of mental health and academic success of college students. Okay, and this is the moment. In the last of the morning, the lady brings some recommendation. Well, we try to organize in a moment to do this. Okay, so and just to finish, I can open the microphone for one or two short questions direct to the Professor Chris Bronson. And if you have some recommendation or suggest, okay, and in the next moment is in sequencing, we can you can do this, okay? Okay. Could you introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, Dr. Chris.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I'm from ITA, and it is an engineering student.
Yes.
So I'm with Professor Cristiane and Daniela. And I was very curious about the counselors in academic residence.
Yes.
I think it can work very well for us. And I'm a little bit nervous just
Oh, no, not at all.
in the microphone. And especially how it works, and if these counselors are students, and if they are from the health field students, because we don't have that, so I'm very curious about that. And you told about business students that they think different and they have a different culture, and that exactly what we live.
Yes.
They think very different. And how do you reach them? And if they are students, if they are from the business field, how do you reach them? And if you have some strategies.
Yes. Wonderful questions. Thank you. So the counselors that we have in that Counselors in Academic Residence program, where we have them all over our campus, those are not students. Those are professional psychologists. I use the word psychologist because I think that's what you use the most. In my country, there's psychologists and there's social workers and there's licensed professional counselors. Those are the three major disciplines who are licensed to do counseling. So, but I'll just say psychologists because I think that's what you're used to, but know that I mean it could be any of those. And so these are psychologists who are professionals out there in the field seeing students for regular psychotherapy. Out there in the colleges and schools. And we reach the students in a lot of different ways because because that counselor is the psychologist just for that college. Like we have the College of Engineering also, and those students are very different from other students also. That they'll go to the classes. And the faculty in the beginning of the class will say, before we talk about, I don't know anything about engineering, before we talk about building things, that's what engineers do, right? Before we talk about building the things today, I want you to meet the counselor for engineering. Her name is Daniela, and Daniela wants to say a couple of words to you. And then Daniela would get up and she'd say, I'm Daniela. My office is right down the hall in room number 29. You're welcome to, not 28, but 29. And you're welcome to come by and see me anytime that you want to. My door is open, and I love to talk to students and blah 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 blah. And so then the students, oh, Daniela's very nice. I met her in the class with my professor, and it lowers the barrier to go and to seek the help when you need it. The professor in their office hours, is that right? In the office hours, a student comes and says, oh, I failed that engineering test on how to build the things. And so I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to, probably fail out of college now and never be anything. And then you can say, oh, don't worry, look down the hall. Remember Daniela, I'd like you to go and talk to her. She can be helpful. And so you make those connections that way with the students. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yep.
All right. Another short question, and then no? Okay. Another short questions. I will anticipate it because I know that he has content about this. Samara, Technological Federal University to Paraná, another state, okay? Samara asked you about an alternative strategy to promote mental health and quality of life to students, like someone that I know you develop in your chip, there's a mindfulness.
So to talk about mindfulness?
Do you have some strategies that use mindfulness to protect and promote? Okay.
Yes.
And I know that you have.
Yes. I'm so glad to be asked that. So early in I think I mentioned in one of the slides, about the embedded counselors, and one of them was the counselors in academic residence, and the other was embedded into the medical clinic. Early in my career, when I started that program, as a psychologist, I may have forgotten to say that I was a psychologist. As a psychologist, I would do counseling, and mindfulness would be one of the major approaches that I would use with students, because I worked in the medical clinic. So I was seeing the students with the headaches, with the stomach aches, who weren't able to sleep. And all of those things have in common sort of an arousal of the parasympathetic nervous system. And mindfulness is such an effective technique to calm the nervous system, to relax the individual that you're working with. And then that has a way of really making a difference on physical symptoms like gastrointestinal symptoms and headaches and other things like that. So I always found that to be effective. So I would teach meditation. I would teach diaphragmatic breathing. I would teach progressive muscle relaxation. I would teach guided imagery. And then we also ran groups that were based on mindfulness. There's a John Kabat-Zinn, who is a well-known person in the field of mindfulness, who's kind of integrated some of these aspects of Eastern philosophy and religion, where mindfulness finds its roots into more of the practice of psychological care. And so we would use that as an approach. He has a wonderful book called, is it Full Catastrophe? Living the Full Catastrophe? John Kabat-Zinn, Kabatzinn. And he has a lot of wonderful approaches to using mindfulness as a therapeutic intervention.
Okay. Go ahead in your question.
Okay. Do you work with brief psychotherapy?
Yes. So,
and the second one, do you have any strategies for the native people's students? Because that's a big challenge for us at our university.
So our services are more brief psychotherapy. So this is going to be the topic again of what I talk about on Wednesday, but we just don't have the resources to provide anything longer than brief therapy, because I mean, you saw we're already doing 28,000 sessions, and although it may sound like a lot to have 60 psychologists on our campus, it's not nearly enough. I think we'd need 3 times that in order to really provide the counseling without having to refer people to other resources after the brief counseling is over. So, yeah. As it relates to native students, like native students, yeah. That may be a more of a thing that's unique to Brazil. When I think about our native students, like for us, native students would be indigenous populations and Native American students. Yeah, and they're an important part of our student population, but they are a very, 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 very small part of our population. Maybe, if I remember the statistics most recently, 0.5% of our student population. So to the honest answer is that no, there's not a lot of I think efforts on our campus that go toward specific treatment, modalities or ways of intervening specifically with Native American or indigenous peoples on our campus. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for your conference. And now I would like to invite my students, Danny, Lay, and Lincoln, to help me with the last part of this international symposium. Now we are beginning the forum of recommendation. Okay, thank you, Professor. All right, I imagine that we are tired. So imagine me, right? And we are trying to be very simple at this moment. We need to leave this building at a moment and finish the service of a simultaneous translate, okay? And you can use the microphone to prepare your suggestions, yeah? And one of my students will try to collect this information using a tablet or a laptop, okay? And try to do recommendation and suggestions short, okay? And you can use the both language, Portuguese or English, depends on you, okay? Thank you. So the microphone is open for it. Please, Professor Eloisa, come on. Yeah, the idea, Daniele can help you. And do you think it's possible for you text, or do you need a computer, or maybe you can record? Okay.
Hi.
Pode gravar.
I would like to thank you for the amazing event. And
come here with us. Appreciate it.
I just wanted to mention something that we always show the students in the classes, mental health classes, that one simple thing that it's the access to green areas promotes mental health and helps people that are living with a mental health problem. And usually our students, or very often our students are from different cities, and they come to a new city to study, for example, and they are not, I will say, empowered about the territory they now live. So the promotion of activities in green spaces, actually the World Health Organization talks about green and blue spaces, right? So rivers and the sea, for example. So access to this type of spaces also promote mental health and helps in the treatment of mental health. So I think this is something for us to keep in mind when we plan intervention with our students, that we have to leave the walls of the university, right? And help them to find spaces near their houses, for example, where they can have this important time.
Thank you. And just one more thing. The main goals of this international symposium is try to share a panoramic point of the view about research and experience in mental health of college students. This is the main goals. We have a secondary goals. That's idea to practice and listening and speaking in English to improve the skill and reduce the shame. Yeah, this is the second goals. And regarding the first goals, we have some suggestions in terms of research or experience, which kind of subjects this symposium don't cover in terms to a new object to investigation, or which kind of partnership it's necessary to go away in this field. Please, Professor.
Good afternoon. In the same direction that Professor Eloisa spoke about, and in dialogue with what we are doing in our campus, I want to share for us to reflect together other spaces of promotion of mental health, which is not only in addition to the clinical spaces, especially regarding the Black women and men students. These students, they speak a lot about going back to the territory as a place of belonging, as a strategy of mental health. And we have been discussing quite deeply, mainly the students, ancestral strategies of care, like, for example, the terreiro, which is the place for rituals, ancestral rituals, like terreiros of Candomblé or Umbanda, the Quilombola community, or spaces of conviviality. For example, in Campinas, we have a house called House Tainã, which historically has been a place in the 1960s for mental health, which is part of this net of mental health. So today she's is a place for care of Black students. So some projects being hosted by this house. So therefore, students are offering alternatives for mental health in addition to the clinical environment. So I'd like to enlarge, broaden this understanding of spaces of care.
Leave university either because they are dropouts, they cannot follow up, or they have succeeded and graduated. And even here in Brazil, where we have the public health system, it's a very different relationship when you're in university and people are somehow looking after you. And when you graduate, and sometimes I say that because sometimes I just get some news, very terrifying news about students we had that were graduated and are having major problems. So I was wondering if there is any research on what's going on with people after they leave university, either because they finished, they succeeded, or they just dropped out, and what we could do to help them to bridge this going out university and going to the world.
Thank you. Please, Professor. Thank you.
Olá, vou falar em português só para me expressar pouquinho melhor.
So I speak Portuguese to better express myself. I love that you mentioned the faculty, the care with the faculty, and the affirmative policies at Unifesp. I coordinate student health, and the group that support the students said we must speak with the professors, the teachers, women and men, and since we have not enough resources, we are Federal University, we thought about creating a course for the teachers, for the professors, reflecting on how they can trigger suffering and imbalances. So in addition to speak about the mental disorders that students might have, also speak about race, color, special needs, violence within the university in order to create a more aware community. We understand that sometimes we offer courses to the community, but those that are already sensitive to these issues are those that participate in the courses. So reflecting on how can we create a community, a more aware community, teachers, professors that are aware of the issues of mental health. And so speak about the relationship students with the teachers. So the issue of mental health is not only a problem of the psychologists of the campus or the provost of student affairs. No, it's the relationship, human relationship. So we are reflecting about the training, making this training or this course is mandatory, so that people that are not only people sensitive to the teams that participate.
Share their experience to sponsor professor working with affirmative actions and mental health, please.
Sim. Bem, indo pouco, complementando, né, o que a colega acabou de falar, sobre os professores, né, como a gente conquista e atrai esses professores para os grupos e para essa.
So adding to what she had just said, how to sensitize, how to raise awareness, a strategy that we have been using is the strategy of counseling, which I spoke early this morning, presenting some teams, but also recently we managed to bring to our division, even in not all day long, a phonologist. And the strategy is that these phonologists will offer a service for the teachers in a station that you have support to the faculty. So the strategy is to offer support to the faculty, bringing them in, sensitizing them. It's like a door, an entrance door of these teachers there to our division of student affairs. So through providing services, which was a demand of the faculty, like I have no support, I speak all day long, I teach in undergrad, grad, what can I do? So we were able to, and this is an experience, we were able to have this professional giving support to the faculty, and from this, she is very well integrated into our programs, and she has been able to address the issues with the faculty since they are already there. So once they are already there, we can speak about other things. In my presentation, I also spoke about creativity, right? So, for example, when Professor said about this issue of students that have been counseled throughout the course, and then what about afterwards? They are graduating, and then after that, they lose support, they lose counseling, which is so needed yet. So this mentorship course is to this end, this mentorship for students of the last years. And within this program, to look at the students which already had some sort of counseling, have already done, and then look at those that are now living, understanding how it's been this leap into the labor market, and so how to overcome barriers, so to support a little bit those that are living, and conducting also research with those that are living, in addition to what we have been asking them, like how your graduation had contributed to your working future life of work. Not only that, but also other issues more complex.
We had another strategy. We did a course for the professors at ITA in the same program, the aconselhamento. So I have some background on Chinese medicine and mindfulness. So I did a healthcare course. So these professors that was volunteers to counsel another student, they had my they had my they could they could do this course with these classes, and I could mentor them to get a better quality of life with mindfulness, or better food and sleep. And so sing 5 themes about healthcare, spirituality, and I don't know, I just interview them, and I just try to see what they want to do, and I try to help them to be to have a better routine of healthcare. So it was a very good experience. We had some barriers for this course, that they had lack of time and the adherence to continuing the healthcare, about the self-care. And also we did for time, and now we have the class in the classroom, so they can watch wherever they want to. and I'm available for them if they want to talk. So.
Please introduce yourself, and you can show the language that would like to speak.
Eu vou falar em português só para fluir melhor aqui, tá? Meu nome é Felipe, eu sou funcionário da USP, sou psicólogo, trabalho no
In Portuguese, I am a psychologist from USP. I work at the ECOS program together with colleagues that are here. I know that us that are in the field working with mental health, not only students, but also employees, faculty, also third parties that search for support, because those are kind of second-class employees, so to speak. So we think a lot about from this field, but we also find barriers, and we have very deep diagnosis about things throughout 12 years of been working here together with my team. But I have written a few things that came to mind just to share a little bit of my experience from the praxis. So one thing that I think that we should interrupt this as a taboo. So the governance of the university in a very anti-democratic way, even when comparing to other public universities in Brazil, that has a sort of an attempt to socially to have a social participation in the decision making, the students, the employees, the grad, undergrad. So I think we are much behind. So to build the university as a public thing, this reflects totally in the results that we have in the mental health, which are horrible, both students, employees, and faculty. So, I think that we should have speech, we should speak with the dean and with the rector. The council, the very provost of inclusion and belonging has no participation of employees, for example. So I think that we have a loss in this way, because reflections, information is not reaching this field, in order for the decision making to be more informed. This is one. So this is not it's not a little issue. Also, I see very interesting the commentaries regarding the separation between the clinical work and the prevention and health promotion. The observation of in this regard is very important. At the end of the day, we comment a lot about the work of the ECOS, for example. How much in practice is difficult to match an open door for counseling, which is also very important, of course, but to match this with other actions, which should have like a medium and long-term outcome or impact. So we are a giant university. Only here in the Butantan campus, there are dozens of units, very different among themselves. So some areas, as you commented, are business focus or business, engineering, different profiles. So not being able to take this into account, and having more people to address this. So even ECOS having professional in all fields, so in different cities. So we have different cities, we have huge differences that we must take into account, because so to build an idea to build policies more specialized for each place, and this we can do only by having social participation, listening to the communities that are targeted. Another point is so we have a team that have different working loads, but for example, we don't have a physician in our team, but we have physician working 40 hours, social workers 30 hours, and psychologists 40 hours. So here we have structural problems in terms of the organization of labor in the university. The university keeps waiting for the federal resolutions, so even though, our staff feels this long waiting, and so because there is also the working load for those that are working directly with mental health, it's a very important impact. The number of hours. It was also mentioned here, I think Chris mentioned that there is a national survey regularly conducted among the university population in the different states. I think this is something that we lack. Maybe it should not only be at the federal level, also at state level, this could be very interesting, or even if it's exclusive from the University of São Paulo. Movements to structure. We have some things that instruments that goes in this direction, such as the questionnaire of Felipe, but we work a little bit into like a black hole, how it was, how it would be, influences of our work, other actions the university had regarding the mental health of each unity. Maybe we could do something that really provides us with data enough for us to conduct a work that is not sliding, that is so like without us knowing truly something, so for us to understand what the community is interested in. Yeah, just to add a few things. Thank you.
Yeah, gone through, okay? Please go ahead.
I am Miki Muramasi. I'm the senior professor in the Physics Institute. I am part of the welcoming program, and there it's guided by two psychologists. And the problem that I see in the physics are the teachers, the professors, because they cause a lot of problems with the students. And they don't come. Those that causes the problems, they don't come. They don't even know our program. So I thought it was interesting to do something previous and then tell them, why don't you go to this welcoming? Sometimes they have no idea of what they're causing. So my question is how to sensitize those that cause the problems of the students have, like the grad students, those that so the physics course is the champion in people abandoning the course. I think that the mental health is key. It's key. This is the only thing that I wanted to speak about, so as to can reflect on how to solve, speak more with the teachers, and also some employees, why not? I'd like to speak about two things that came up throughout the day, but we didn't went deeply into them. So I'd like to shed some light into them. First of all, the evaluation of the treatment that we provide in mental health. with the health system in Brazil. In my evaluation, the University of São Paulo actively isolates itself from the network of public health in Brazil. And so to what extent should we intensify the relationship with the health network in Brazil, in addition to our services here, or at least reflect on which principles of the universal system, health system in Brazil, we should bring in to our work here. One of the principles is equity. For us to understand urgencies, emergencies, it seems important to speak about another thing that we have almost not spoken in depth, but all speakers spoke about a little bit, which is regarding funding. We know, but when forgetting that there are some problems that are structural problems, to use a trendy word, structure. For example, our research students that comes from very poor families, like one minimum wage or less, the university with its whole apparatus will not be able to address this problem straight away, but we must know that it is a structural problem, either to struggle with political movements, or in order for us to separate those that are political issues or structural issues, those that are from the university, like the colleague has just said, and those that are more of a personal level. So two fronts. First of all, reflect on the relationship between us and the equipment of health in Brazil, on the one hand, and understand also which are problems which are beyond university reach, and to know what we can do with it. Not to cross our arms, but to name them. To conclude, I was looking into the graph of Professor Chris, and the moment of the drop and the hours spent with friends is not only together with the cell phone around our emergence, as well as the crisis of 2008. So we must reflect on that too. It's quickly. I want to resume something that I have spoken in the morning. It's about the symbolic permanence. The recommendation is regarding something that's very common in the universities, which is a separation between being well-known and excellency in the academics. From the moment that universities apply affirmative policies, receive a differentiated audience, this meritocratic approach should put to an end, because the university is not a place for someone that's ready. It's a place for someone that's building together based on the exchange. So my recommendation is that us psychologists start to use the domain of the mastering of a foreign language to remove that, because those that come from this quota, they don't have the mastery of a foreign language. And also this being a language, so keeping this language, so even though English is not the amount of, so it's about the scientific. So we must give access to the public the University of São Paulo also provide the program. So access to listening, speak, writing. So the psychological support. So
You cannot suppose that people are insecure or because they didn't prepare themselves.
We have to take into consideration as professors that there is a psychosocial factor so that we can speak English. Our guest, Professor Chris, congrats on your presentation. I'd like to congratulate you, especially when we are before native speakers, because it's about cycle issues and the access. And it's meritocracy in Brazil that is telling people that came from previous trajectory because they didn't have any contact with foreign language. Either you know it or you cannot be a part of it. So I believe that it is important that as psychologists, it's really important to include the anxiogenic level. What is the impact? What happens to us when we are asked to speak in a foreign language before so many people? I think that's a very important factor because for people in Brazil, for Black poor people in Brazil, sometimes they're asked, "Oh, you don't even know how to speak Portuguese, let alone English." And we grew up listening to that so that we could evade international scenarios because we were invited to be in a comfortable place so that we could let loose and feel comfortable. But maybe this framework needs to be previously supported and revisited so that this psychosocial factor does not affect people's presentation. As we heard that throughout the day, that I said, "Oh, forgot, great," because people were excusing themselves the whole time when they were talking. I think that this is really important so that we have this lesson learned, so that we can work second position. I'm going to introduce myself quickly. I'm a Kelly Psychology at a school located in the inside of the city. I hope I'm able to share some of my insights. There's something that has been said here about funding. How can we define funding criteria based on our psychosocial understanding of what happens in the university? How can we make progress? This is a very important factor, in my opinion. Also, how can we hire and choose the profile of new professionals? Because it goes along the lines of what Billy said, because we have a few units at USP that have a single professional in psychology. And they don't even have administrative support. Sometimes we don't even have a room, like a physical room dedicated to such psychological assistance. To think where the university money goes to is really important. We made progress, of course, especially after launching some policies that covered graduate schools and supplementary financial subsidies for moms, but we have some more processes. Maybe we haven't been listening to all staff members at the university, so we understand how we can meet their needs. I think it goes along the lines of what Philip said. So how democratic is our institution these days so that we are able to design public policy together? Because there used to be good social, psychological support. But we needed to make changes, but were these people heard? I believe this is an important issue. There's something else. So how do we think? I don't know if there are pedagogical experiments in the university or if we have to think of basic school, but how can we think of undergrad and graduate models? For instance, the weeks promoted by some courses are really successful because they happen in a different place in different areas. So how can we make the community engage with this time and space at the university so that we can integrate students from different shifts? So they won't be in a level of stress and having to do those activities during lunch. Sometimes they cannot do a very cool elective course. There's something interesting that happened over the years. Some staff members did something, so they put some sheds and that really improve the quality of the students because they were sitting on those, deck bench chairs. Some professors tell about the importance of staying in outdoor spaces, green and blue spaces, which were just mentioned. So how can we think of pedagogical practices as well as work practices? Because these people will leave the university and they work. So we will have to think of the university as a model to think other things so that we are able to do outdoor activities. The way that we alter time and space, for instance, Monday, it should be a day for collective, and then Thursday, we should end with an open mic session. And then on Thursday, we registered what we've come to with our experiences. I don't know. I think we can make it happen. Also, scholarships and grants. We had a drastic reduction for inclusion and belonging scholarships. I just talked to a student who participates in the same project I'm organizing because the scholarships kept on being reduced. We had only one scholarship for the whole project. I think that our institution needs to change a lot. We have a system that students co-write projects with teachers. They touch a scholarship, but they never know if they're going to touch the scholarship. It's a permanent scholarship because rent in São Paulo is really expensive, and the scholarship does not cover. And then the student houses charge really high prices for students. How can we rethink the Ruby scholarship? So that we can hear those professionals. How can we think those complementary subsidies? So that we can take care of equity. Students who live in the outskirts, some students need more than others. So here are a few things.
All right, thank you, Dani, Lane, Lincoln. Please, Professor Ricardo, let's finish this international symposium. And we have more. I would like to introduce some recommendation was possible, and in this forum was possible listening about recommendation and in terms of administrative governance of the university, recommendation in terms of research, recommendation of experience, and also free comments about questions that happen in the university and other things. So I would like to introduce one recommendation about the importance to improve our network. During this day, I try to open for each one here my network. Yeah, and each person here has a different network. So I think this is an important recommendation. How is possible strong our network? And because of this, we have more 10 minutes. I would like that it's possible to do this in English, in Portuguese, use and translate. Depends on you, okay? And
Everybody, I also you can use this. Okay. Well, in the beginning of my speech this morning, I have already thank you a lot and your group and your team. And in the end of this day, I'd like to thank everybody that came here, all the panelists, the lecturers. Thank you very much. And I think, as I think about that the networking that was made here, it's another dimension very important of this meeting. And also the learning for me, that is a result of this networking that is being made here, is the fact that you are isolated, in fact, everybody, because when we share, we see we find a lot of convergences, and this is very important, not only for the change of ideas, experience, but also because it validates we feel that the path we're walking through is plain of uncertainties, but when we share and we see that a lot of people in different places, but certainly under the same challenges, we at the end converge, as I said, and it was a very strong dimension of the experience of today for me. Chris also told us his impression about what he have heard here, and that's it. I think I'm very happy. I'd like to one more time to thank you and thank you everybody, and I hope we can continue in this networking and this exchange we start today. Thank you, Alessandro, very much.
Thank you for everyone. And now enjoy our network in this few moments.